What if I told you that wealth isn't complicated? That financial freedom isn't reserved for the rich, the lucky, or the Wall Street insiders? That you, yes, you can build a life of freedom, confidence, and peace simply by understanding a few timeless principles. This is The Simple Path to Wealth by J.L. Collins, a book born from a father's letters to his daughter. Now a powerful guide that's helped millions escape debt, grow wealth, and reclaim their time. You'll learn why index funds are your secret weapon, how to build your FU money, the kind of wealth that buys you freedom, and why spending less and investing smart is the real flex in today's world. So if you're tired of money controlling your life, if you're ready to step off the hamster wheel and start building real wealth on your terms, then press play, because your journey to financial independence starts right here with the simplest path of all. About author. J.L. Collins is known as the godfather of FI in the financial independence community. An investor in the stock market for 5 decades, J.L. Collins has developed a worldwide following through his popular blog and through The Simple Path to Wealth, which has sold over 1 million copies across 20 languages. Let's start with a truth that might just change your life. Money is the single most powerful tool you have to create the life you want. It's not about being greedy or chasing luxury. It's about freedom, real freedom. The freedom to walk away from a job you hate, to travel when you want, to help your family, to sleep soundly at night knowing you're going to be okay. But here's the catch. If you don't understand money, it will control you, and not in a good way. A conversation that changed everything. One day, my daughter looked up at me and said something that stopped me cold. "Dad, I know money's important. I just don't want to spend my life thinking about it." And honestly, that hit me hard. See, I love thinking about money. I've spent decades reading, learning, trying, failing, and eventually figuring out how to grow wealth the simple way. But I realized something powerful in that moment. Most people don't want to spend their lives buried in spreadsheets or investment blogs. You've got dreams. You've got a life to live. Maybe you want to build something, teach kids, create art, invent the next big thing, or just live peacefully with the people you love. You don't want to spend hours thinking about index funds and retirement plans, and you shouldn't have to. But that doesn't mean you can ignore money either. Why most people stay stuck. The sad reality? If you neglect money completely, you leave yourself wide open for the financial world's worst players, slick salespeople, confusing jargon, and investment experts who make things more complicated than they need to be because it makes them rich. They'll try to sell you fancy products, tell you the market is too complex, and convince you that you need them to make smart choices. But here's the truth. The simpler your investments, the better your results. Complex, expensive equals ineffective. Simple equals powerful equals wealth building. The simple path, no magic required. So what do you need to do? It's shockingly basic. Spend less than you earn, invest the difference, avoid debt like it's a disease. That's it. Do that consistently and you'll build wealth, real wealth. Not just money, but freedom. Let's break it down with some real life flavor. Debt, the silent thief. Imagine carrying around a backpack full of bricks every day. That's what debt is. Every loan, every credit card balance, every buy now, pay later offer, those are bricks on your back. They don't just weigh you down financially, they wear you out emotionally. Want to feel free again? Drop the backpack. Kill the debt. Avoid debt like you'd avoid a bad ex. It may look harmless at first, but it'll drain your energy, mess with your mind, and leave you broke. What you own owns you. Think twice before chasing stuff. That fancy car, that massive house with rooms you never use. It might impress your neighbors, but it also locks you into bigger payments, more stress, and less freedom. Every time you buy something, ask, open quote, is this helping me build my freedom, or is it owning a piece of me? The power of FU money. There's a term I love, FU money. It's not about being rude, it's about having options. It's that moment when you realize, I don't have to take this job, this client, this nonsense. I can walk away. You get FU money by saving and investing relentlessly. Try saving 50% of what you earn. Sounds crazy? Not if you cut debt, live smart, and grow your income. It's totally doable, and the benefits are incredible. You save more, and you learn to live on less. That's a double win. The stock market, your wealth building machine. Yes, you should invest in the stock market. But let's make this clear. You're not trying to beat the market. You're trying to ride the market. Don't pick stocks. Don't time the market. Don't chase trends. Just invest in something called an index fund. Think of it like owning a tiny piece of every major company in the US. And yes, the market will drop sometimes. Sometimes it'll crash hard. The news will scream, sell, panic, it's all over. Your coworkers will freak out. Ignore them. Instead, keep investing. Buy more while it's on sale. That's how wealth is built. The 4% rule, the freedom formula. Here's a simple idea. Once you can live on 4% of your investments each year, you're financially independent. Let's say you've saved up $1 million. 4% of that is $40,000. If you can live on $40K a year, you're free. You never have to work again. You can choose to, but you don't need to. That's the goal, and it's totally achievable. Not in theory, in real life. Why I wrote this book and why you're listening. I didn't always know this stuff. I learned it the hard way, through mistakes, stress, trial and error. I started writing letters to my daughter, hoping to save her the pain I went through. Those letters became a blog. That blog became this book. And now this audiobook is here for you. I want your road to be smoother, your stress lower, your path clearer, and your future free. Your first step. Here's your takeaway for today. Spend less than you earn, invest the rest in simple index funds. Avoid debt like it's poison. Save like your freedom depends on it, because it does. That's it. No secrets, no tricks, just one simple, powerful path to wealth. Ready to take the next step? Great. Let's begin with a story. The Monk and the Minister, a modern parable about freedom. Let me tell you a short story. It's simple but powerful. And it might just change how you look at money, success, and what it means to live a rich life. There were once two childhood friends. They grew up together, laughing, dreaming, playing in the same dusty village streets. But as time passed, they took very different paths. One became a monk. He chose a quiet life focused on simplicity, meditation, and purpose. He lived humbly, eating mostly rice and beans, wearing the same plain robe each day. He didn't have much, at least not by the world's standards, but he had peace. The other friend became a minister, a high-ranking official in the king's court. He wore silk robes, dined on feasts, and lived in luxury. His days were busy, filled with meetings, deals, and obligations. He had power, money, and influence. Years later, they ran into each other. The minister, now well-fed and draped in expensive clothes, looked at his old friend and said with concern, open quote, if you could just learn how to please the king, you wouldn't have to live on rice and beans. Close quote. The monk smiled gently and replied, open quote, and if you could learn to live on rice and beans, you wouldn't have to please the king. Close quote. Now, take a moment to let that sink in. This little parable isn't just about two old friends. It's about us, about the choices we make every day when it comes to money, freedom, and how we define success. What's the real wealth? Most of us live somewhere between those two extremes. We're not monks and we're not kings. We have bills, jobs, families, dreams. But here's the key question. Are we designing our lives to chase more money, or are we using money to build more freedom? Because here's the truth most people never hear. Open quote. The less you need, the freer you become. Close quote. Think about that. The more expensive your lifestyle, the more you have to earn. The bigger the house, the fancier the car, the pricier the clothes, the more you're stuck working harder, longer, and sometimes for people or things you don't even believe in, just to keep up appearances. But what if you flip the script? What if you learn to live on less, save more, and invest simply and consistently? What if you could build up enough FU money, that magic amount of money that gives you the power to walk away from any job, boss, or situation that doesn't align with your values? That's when things start to change. That's when you become the one in control. A real life example. Imagine two coworkers, Sarah and Mike. Sarah earns $150,000 a year. She drives a new luxury car, lives in a fancy apartment downtown, and eats out 5 nights a week. Sounds successful, right? Mike earns $65,000 a year. He drives a used Toyota, lives in a modest home, packs his lunches, and saves 40% of his income. People might think he's missing out, but guess what? Mike is on track to be financially independent in 12 years. Sarah, she's living paycheck to paycheck despite making more than double. Why? Because freedom isn't about how much you make, it's about how much you keep and what you do with it. Choose your life. Look, this isn't about becoming a monk. You don't have to live off rice and beans unless you love them. They're actually pretty good and cheap. It's about recognizing this truth. Open quote. Every dollar you don't spend is a dollar that can work for you, grow for you, and eventually set you free. Close quote. The more you simplify, the fewer obligations you have. And the fewer obligations you have, the more choices you gain. That's where real wealth lives, in the ability to choose. Choose how to spend your time. Choose what work you do or whether you work at all. Choose who you say yes to and who you say no to. Final takeaway. So what can you do today? Start small. Figure out what rice and beans means for you, not literally, but in terms of simplifying your lifestyle. What can you cut without losing what actually matters? Redirect that money into savings and smart investments, because each dollar you save is a step closer to your financial freedom. And always remember, the goal isn't just to get rich, it's to get free. Action step. Look at one expense in your life that feels optional, something you could scale back or let go of. Then take that money and put it toward your future. Invest it. Let it grow. That's your first step on the simple path to wealth. It was never about retirement. It was always about freedom. Let me tell you something that might surprise you. For me, this whole journey to financial independence was never about retirement. It was about freedom. It was about options. It was about being able to say, no, thank you. Or if needed, absolutely not. It was about having what I like to call FU money. Let's rewind a bit. I started working young, really young. By 13, I already had jobs. Even earlier than that, I was hustling, selling fly swatters door to door and collecting bottles off the side of the road for nickels and dimes. I actually liked working, especially when it came with a paycheck. And saving? Oh man, I was hooked. Watching that money grow gave me a high that never wore off. Maybe it was in my DNA. Maybe it was my mom telling me that if I saved, I could buy a red convertible at 16. Spoiler alert, that car never happened. Life had other plans. When reality hits hard before I turned 16, my dad's health collapsed. Not long after, so did his business. My savings? They went to college instead of a convertible. And I learned the hard way that this world isn't financially safe. So many people go through life one paycheck away from disaster. One layoff, one illness, and boom, everything crumbles. You read about people in their 40s or 50s getting laid off after 20 years and suddenly being broke. How does that happen? Simple. They never learned how to master their money. The first time I wanted FU money, I didn't have a name for it at the time, but I knew what I wanted. Later, I read James Clavell's novel Noble House, and there it was, FU money, enough money to walk away from anything and answer to no one. In the book, the woman wanted $10 million. For me, it didn't need to be that much, because FU money isn't always about retiring forever. Sometimes it's just enough to step away, take a break, or do something different. My first taste of freedom. I was 25. I had saved up $5,000 after 2 years of working a $10,000 a year job. That was a lot back then. I wanted to travel Europe. I asked my boss for 4 months off, unpaid. He said no. Back then I didn't know you could negotiate. The boss said no, and that was the end of it. But then I went home and thought about it. I had that $5,000. I wanted to live, to explore. So I quit. And guess what? My boss came back with a compromise. 6 weeks off, fully unpaid. I took it. I rode my bike across Ireland and Wales. It changed my life. That $5,000 didn't just buy me a trip. It bought me freedom. It taught me I'd never again be someone else's puppet. What FU money really buys. Over the years, I quit jobs 4 more times. Once I got fired. Sometimes I was out for 3 months, sometimes 5 years. Sometimes I did it to switch careers, travel, start a business, or simply to breathe. And each time, I had FU money to fall back on. It wasn't millions, but it was enough to make choices most people can't. When my daughter was little, I stayed home while my wife went back to school. We watched The Lion King on loop, built towers from teacups, Lincoln log cities. That time, priceless. Later, we decided my wife should stay home too. She hesitated. She'd always worked and felt like she wouldn't be contributing. I said, we have FU money. We don't care about new cars or a big house. What we do care about is you spending this time with our daughter. She quit the job, and it was, without question, the best purchase we ever made. Here's the crazy part. For the 3 years that neither of us worked, our net worth actually grew. Why? Because we'd built our financial independence on three things. One, saving 50% or more of what we made. Two, staying out of debt, no car payments, ever. Three, investing in low-cost index funds. Shout out to Jack Bogle and Vanguard. Yes, I made investing mistakes. Yes, I lost money trying to pick stocks, including $50,000 in a gold mining company called Mariah International. Yeah, ouch. But despite my missteps, these three core habits saved us. A life of options. When we moved to New Hampshire, my wife found joy volunteering at our daughter's school. Eventually, the school offered her a part-time gig. Low stress, fun, and perfectly timed with our lifestyle. Over 34 years of marriage, at least one of us has almost always worked, which helped with things like health insurance. During gaps, we got a high-deductible catastrophic plan. If she ever retires before Medicare kicks in, we'll go that route again. Meanwhile, I've stayed mostly retired since 2011, and honestly, it's amazing. I can sleep in, stay up late, go riding, disappear to South America, or just sit on my porch and sip coffee. I post on my blog when I feel like it. I might write another book or I might not, because the choice is mine. What I want you to know, if there's one regret I have, it's this. Open quote. I spent too much time worrying about how things might turn out. Close quote. Don't do that. Worrying doesn't help. It only steals the joy from today. As I've gotten older, I've become more intentional, cutting out people, activities, and clutter that don't add value, and embracing those that do. This world is wide and beautiful. Money isn't everything, but it gives you the time, space, and freedom to explore everything. And that is what FU money is really all about. Takeaway, your action step, start building your FU money today. It doesn't matter if it's $500 or $5,000. What matters is this. You're claiming your freedom. Cut expenses. Save aggressively. Stay out of debt. Invest simply. Your future self will thank you. You're not just chasing money, you're buying your life back. Coming up next, we'll dig deeper into exactly how to build that FU money, step by step. Stick around. This journey's just getting started. Important notes. Hey there, welcome back. Before we go any deeper into building wealth and financial freedom, this chapter is more like a pit stop, a quick breather with some super important reminders. I know it's tempting to skip over stuff like this, but trust me, what we're about to cover will help you avoid confusion down the road. Let's jump in. Note number one, things change, and that's okay. Let's start with a reality check. Nothing stays the same forever. Laws change, tax codes shift, contribution limits get updated, and even expense ratios of mutual funds can get tweaked. Now, when J.L. Collins wrote this book, all the numbers and examples were accurate at that time. But guess what? If you're listening to this years later, some of those figures may already be outdated, and that's totally fine. Why? Because the real value of this book isn't in the exact numbers. It's in the concepts, the strategies, the mindset. Think of it like using a map to understand a journey. Even if some landmarks move or roads get renamed, the overall direction is still solid. If you ever want to check the latest details, like how much you can contribute to a Roth IRA this year or what the current tax brackets are, just take a moment to Google it or visit sites like irs.gov or vanguard.com. Note number two about the projections and calculators in this book. All right, let's talk about the charts and what-if examples scattered throughout the book in chapters 3, 6, 13, 19, 22, and 23 to be exact. These scenarios are like financial simulations. They're not fortune-telling or hard predictions. They're simply tools to show you what's possible if you stay on the path. Here's how they were built. They assume dividends are reinvested, because that's what smart investors do to maximize compounding. They ignore inflation, taxes, and fees, not because they don't matter, but because those things vary wildly from person to person and are impossible to predict accurately. And they use a consistent time period, January 1975 to January 2015. Why that stretch of time? 3 reasons. 1, it covers a nice round 40 years, perfect for long-term investing. Two, 1975 is when Jack Bogle launched the first index fund, the very kind we'll talk about soon. Three, that's also the year J.L. Collins himself started investing. During that 40-year window with dividends reinvested, the U.S. stock market returned an average of 11.9% per year. Yeah, that number is kind of amazing. But hold on. Warning, don't bet your future on 11.9% returns. Here's the thing, just because the average was 11.9% over those 40 years doesn't mean you should plan your future around that exact number. Markets are like roller coasters. There are ups, downs, loops, and unexpected drops. For example, from 2000 to 2009, a rough decade, returns were actually 93.8% annually. From 1982 to 2000, a booming era, they shot up to 18.5% per year. From 2009 to 2015, the market averaged 17.7% per year. So yeah, averages can be misleading depending on the window you choose. That's why nobody can predict exactly how the market will behave year to year. You might wonder, should we use a different number, a safer estimate? Well, 8% is often thrown around as a conservative long-term return. And in some examples later in the book, you'll see that number used too. But here's the bottom line. Use whatever number makes you comfortable and then run the scenarios yourself. Tools like investor.gov's compound interest calculator or FireCalc.com let you play around with different timelines, rates, and contributions. A quick look at other return scenarios. Just to show you how different assumptions can change the math. Without reinvesting dividends, 8.7%. Without reinvesting plus factoring in inflation, 4.7%. Reinvesting dividends plus inflation considered 7.8%. All of these tell different stories, none of them guaranteed. That's the nature of investing. My final thought, focus on the process, not the prediction. The key takeaway here, don't obsess over the numbers. Instead, lock in the mindset. Stick with index funds, reinvest dividends, avoid high fees, stay consistent. Over time, the market rewards discipline and patience, not predictions. Action step. Pick one online calculator, like investor.gov's compound interest tool, and run your own what-if scenario. Try 7% and even 11.9% returns. Play around. Get familiar. Not because it'll be exact, but because understanding how growth works will fuel your motivation to stay the course. Chapter 1, Debt, the Dream Killer. Let me tell you a quick story. Not long after I graduated college, I got my first credit card. Back then, credit cards weren't as easy to get as they are today. These days, even your cat could probably get approved for one, and maybe even earn cash back while ordering gourmet kibble on Amazon. Anyway, I remember racking up about $300 that first month, and when the bill came, I saw a beautiful little box in the corner. Minimum payment due, $10. Wait, what? I get to buy $300 worth of stuff and only pay $10 this month, and they'll still let me spend more? At first, it felt like magic, but then I heard my dad's voice echo in my head. If it sounds too good to be true, it is. Turns out I wasn't just borrowing money, I was signing up to pay 18% interest on anything I didn't pay off. And you know what? That's exactly what credit card companies are hoping you'll do. They're betting you'll fall into the trap and stay there. And sadly, they win that bet a lot. The real cost of normal theft. Take a look around you. Your coworkers, your neighbors, your friends on Instagram showing off their new car or vacation in Tulum. What you probably won't see is the mountain of debt sitting silently behind those pretty pictures. The truth? Debt has become normal in America. But normal doesn't mean healthy. Right now, Americans are drowning in over $12 trillion of debt. $8 trillion in mortgages, $1 trillion in student loans, $3 trillion in credit cards, car loans, and other stuff. And most people don't even see this as a problem. In fact, they think it's their ticket to the good life. But here's the hard truth. Debt isn't a tool. It's a trap. Why debt destroys wealth. If you're serious about financial freedom, about living life on your own terms, then here's where your journey starts. Debt is the enemy. Let's break down what debt actually does to you. 1, it shrinks your lifestyle. The more debt you have, the more of your income disappears into interest payments. You're earning money for someone else, not for your future. 2, it chains you to your job. You can't walk away or take a leap towards something you love if you're buried under bills. 3, it builds stress like a slow poison. Anxiety, guilt, shame. Debt isn't just financial, it's emotional. 4, it feeds destructive habits, shopping to cope, drinking to numb. You spend to escape, but only dig the hole deeper. 5, it steals your mental energy. You're stuck worrying about past decisions and future disasters, unable to fully enjoy the present. 6, it makes avoidance your default. You start ignoring the problem, hoping it'll magically go away. Spoiler, it won't. But what if I'm already in debt? Great question. Let's be real. Most people are. So here's how to think about it strategically. If your interest rate is under 3%, don't rush. Pay it off slowly while investing your extra cash instead. If it's between 3% and 5%, choose what feels best emotionally and financially. Either way is okay. Over 5%, pay it off aggressively. High interest debt is like termites in your financial foundation. But let's not just focus on numbers. Let's talk about peace of mind. Sometimes, even if it's not mathematically perfect, wiping out your debt fast just feels better. That's valid. The simple, not easy plan. Forget the complicated hacks and fancy spreadsheets. Here's the basic, powerful plan. 1, list all your debts, every last one. 2, cut all non-essential spending. Goodbye $6 lattes and random Amazon buys. You're on a mission. 3, rank your debts by interest rate. 4, pay the minimum on all, then attack the highest interest debt with everything you've got. 5, when one is gone, move to the next. That's it. No magic. Just focus and follow through. What not to do. Don't pay someone else to fix it. Don't waste time consolidating loans or chasing lower interest rates. Don't pay off the smallest first just for a win. Focus on what costs you the most. Your turning point. Yes, it's hard. Yes, it will take time. But once you've built the habit of living below your means, once you've learned how to free up cash and aim it with purpose, you're already halfway to financial independence. Because the day your debt is gone, guess what? You don't stop. You just shift. From paying off debt to building wealth, from watching balances drop to watching your investments grow. The discipline you've built becomes your superpower. A word about good debt. You might hear people say, not all debt is bad. Some debt is good. Let's unpack that. Business loans. Sure, some businesses take loans to grow, but business debt is risky and should be handled with extreme caution. Most of us aren't running Fortune 500s. Mortgage loans. Buying a house can make sense, but don't let real estate agents and banks push you into more than you need. Bigger homes come with bigger everything. Insurance, maintenance, taxes, furniture, headaches. If financial freedom is your goal, buy the least house you need, not the most you can afford. Student loans. This one's especially dangerous. Back in the 1970s, you could pay for college by working a summer job. Today, kids are walking out of college with six-figure debt and no clear plan to pay it back. Worse, student loans are forever. You can't discharge them in bankruptcy. They'll follow you until you die. They'll even take your Social Security. This isn't just bad math, it's a moral crisis. We're turning young people into modern-day indentured servants. Final thoughts and action step. Let's wrap this up with one simple truth. Debt is not your friend. It is not normal. It is not a tool. It is a thief. A thief of your future, your peace of mind, and your financial freedom. If you're in debt right now, here's your mission. Open quote. Start today. List your debts. Cut your spending. Attack the highest interest rate. Stay relentless. Close quote. You weren't born to be a slave to payments. You were born to be free. And every dollar you throw at your debt is one step closer to that freedom. Takeaway. Debt isn't just a financial problem, it's a life problem. Get serious, get focused, pay it off, and reclaim your power. Chapter 2. Why you need FU money. Let me take you back to a time when everything seemed perfect. I was at the top of my game. My company had just come off a record-breaking year. Profits were through the roof. My division president even took me out for a fancy lunch to celebrate. We clinked glasses of fine wine and talked about the bright future ahead. Promotions, bonuses, maybe even a corner office, everything looked golden. Then came 9/11. And just like that, poof, I was out of a job. No warning, no gentle letdown. One day I was riding high, the next I was out on the street. I'll never forget sitting on the couch months later watching the news with my 8-year-old daughter. The screen showed a long line of people waiting for food, modern-day breadlines. The reporter said they were newly poor, folks who had lost everything when the economy tanked. My little girl looked up at me and asked, "Daddy, are we poor?" She was dead serious, and my heart sank. But I looked her in the eyes and said, "No, sweetheart, we're just fine." She tilted her head and said, "But you don't have a job." It hit me how deeply she was thinking, and she wasn't wrong. I didn't have a job, but what I did have was something far more powerful. I had FU money. Let's break it down. FU money is the amount of money that gives you the power to walk away from a bad job, a toxic boss, or any situation that no longer serves you. It's not necessarily retire on the beach money. It's I don't have to take your crap money. It gives you the confidence to say, no, I don't want to work overtime this weekend. Actually, I don't want to move to that city. I'm taking time off to be with my family. Or even, I quit. It's not about being reckless, it's about having options. Why it matters more than ever. Most people don't have that option. They live paycheck to paycheck, maybe even deeper, in debt, and that makes them vulnerable. If you're constantly worried about next month's rent or credit card bills, then guess what? You're not free. You're trapped. And here's the truth most people won't say out loud. Those in power know it. Employers, lenders, and even advertisers count on your financial fear. That fear keeps you in line. But when you have FU money, that fear disappears. My first taste of freedom. Let me rewind again, back to my first real job. 2 years in, I had saved just enough money to feel like I had some leverage. Not enough to retire, sure, but enough to breathe a little easier. Enough to say, hey, I want more vacation time, and not panic if they said no. That tiny buffer gave me confidence. By 1989, my FU money had grown. Still not millions, but enough that I could walk away if I needed to. And that moment came sooner than I expected. One day, I got into a heated argument with my boss right in the hallway. Voices raised, tension high, and then it hit me. I don't have to take this. I didn't have a fancy car, but I had freedom. And that, my friends, is far more luxurious. The power of ownership. That freedom saved me again after 9/11. I ended up being unemployed for 3 years, not because I didn't want to work, but because I'm terrible at job hunting. True story. And yet, I was never desperate. I wasn't drowning in credit card bills. I didn't have to rush into a lousy job just to survive because I had built my cushion. My money was working for me, and that made all the difference. So, what's the lesson here? Don't wait for a crisis to realize the importance of FU money. Don't assume the good times will last forever. They won't. Jobs change, economies crash, bosses turn toxic. But when you've built your safety net, you can sleep at night. FU money isn't about being rich. It's about having control. Simple takeaway. Start building your FU money today. Save a little from each paycheck. Cut out what you don't need. Avoid debt like the plague. Invest in index funds. Let your money work while you sleep. Because one day, you'll need the power to say, no thanks, I've got this. And that is real wealth. Chapter 3. Can everyone really retire a millionaire? Have you ever wondered, can every single person really retire a millionaire? It's a bold question, but it's one that's stuck with me ever since someone asked it on my blog. And you know what? The honest answer is yes. Yes, it's possible. At least for most middle-class earners in the US, it absolutely is. But here's the twist. It won't happen for most people, and not because the math doesn't work. The math actually does work, beautifully. The real reason is more personal, more behavioral. Let's walk through it together. The power of compound growth. Let's rewind to 1975. If you had invested just $12,000 in an S&P 500 index fund and reinvested your dividends, by 2015, 40 years later, you'd have over $1 million. That's a return of around 11.9% per year on average. And this includes all the recessions, market crashes, and financial chaos during those decades. Now, I get it. Most people don't have $12,000 just sitting around, especially when they're starting out. But here's the real magic. You could have done it with just $130 a month. That's roughly $4 a day. Skip Starbucks, pack lunch a few times a week, and boom, you're investing toward millionaire status. At that rate, by 2015, you'd have nearly $185,000. Bump that up to $150 a month, and you'd clear $1.1 million. That's $1 million and enough left over to buy yourself a brand new Tesla. Now let's take a moment to appreciate this. This is not fantasy math. This is the very real, very quiet, almost boring power of compound interest. It's like a snowball that starts small but builds massive momentum over time. But what does millionaire even mean? Here's the thing. $1 million is kind of an arbitrary goal. The real question we should be asking is, open quote, can everyone achieve financial independence? Close quote. The answer? A much more enthusiastic yes. Because financial independence isn't about hitting some magic number. It's about having enough money to live the life you want on your own terms without needing to work for a paycheck unless you choose to. Let's look at two extreme but real examples. One, early retirement extreme. A guy who lives frugally on just $7,000 a year. That's about what many of us spend on dining out and subscriptions. But he's financially independent because he only needs $175,000 invested to sustain that lifestyle at a 4% withdrawal rate. Two, my $800,000 bonus friend. On the other end, I once had lunch with a friend who received an $800,000 year-end bonus and still felt broke. He was burning through over $175,000 every 3 months. Despite his income, financial independence was nowhere in sight. See the difference? It's not about how much you make. It's about how much you keep. Wealth is relative. Think about this. I might have $100 in my wallet right now. For a billionaire, that's the equivalent of finding a penny in the couch. For someone struggling to eat, that $100 could be life-changing. So what makes someone wealthy? It's not a number. It's control. Control over your spending. Control over your time. Control over your future. When your needs are low and your investments are growing, you become free. Free from debt, stress, and the pressure to keep up. And the formula to get there? It's so simple. It almost feels silly. Open quote, spend less than you earn, invest the difference. Avoid debt, repeat, close quote. Do that consistently and wealth will follow. Maybe not overnight, but definitely over time. A real-world example. 25K salary to financial independence. Let's say you make $25,000 a year. Not a lot, right? But you decide to live on half, just $12,500 a year. That's tight, but with intentional choices, it's doable. Now, you invest the other $12,500 every year in something like VTSAX, Vanguard's Total Stock Market Index Fund. If the market grows at its historical average of 11.9% in just 11.5 years, you'll have around $317,000. At a 4% withdrawal rate, that portfolio can generate $12,500 a year, passively. You've just replaced your income. You are now financially independent. Now suppose you decide to stop investing, spend your full salary, and let your investment grow untouched. In just another 10 years, that $317K becomes $960,000 without you adding a single cent. That now generates $38,000 a year in passive income. You went from surviving on $12,500 to earning 3 times that without lifting a finger. That's the power of time plus consistent investing. So why doesn't everyone do this? Because we're up against some serious forces. Every day we're bombarded with ads that say, you need that new iPhone, you deserve that luxury vacation, you must have the latest gadget, car, or fashion trend, and if you can't afford it, no worries. Just swipe your credit card. Take out a payday loan. Finance it for only $99 a month. It's not a conspiracy, it's just business. But the effect on your wealth? Devastating. The line between want and need is constantly blurred, and that confusion is what keeps people broke. I once had a friend tell me, with total sincerity, you can't raise a child properly without a high-end video camera. Really? Billions of kids have grown up just fine without being filmed. Truth is, there are very few true necessities in life, and when you learn to distinguish needs from wants, you unlock a level of freedom most people never experience. The millionaire mindset. To retire a millionaire, or better yet, live a financially free life, starts with a mindset shift. From spending to saving, from consuming to investing, from short-term thrills to long-term peace. You don't have to earn 6 figures. You don't need a trust fund. What you do need is the discipline to live below your means and the patience to let compounding work its magic. Final takeaway. You can retire a millionaire, but more importantly, you can become financially independent no matter your income. Open quote action step. Start by tracking your spending. Identify one area where you can cut back and commit to investing that amount monthly. Even $50 a month invested consistently can turn into six figures over time. Close quote. The journey doesn't require brilliance. It requires belief, a bit of sacrifice, and time. Start today, and your future self will thank you for the freedom. Chapter 4. How to Think About Money. Imagine this. You're holding a crisp, clean $100 bill in your hand. Brand new, smells like power, right? Now place it on the table in front of you. Take a good look. What does that money mean to you? Some people might immediately think, sweet, that's dinner for two at a fancy restaurant. Others might say, new sneakers, maybe some groceries, a tank of gas. And some might think, I could invest this and make it grow. And right there is the difference between staying broke, getting by, building wealth, or getting truly rich. Let's dig into this because how you think about money will shape your entire financial future. Level 1, it's not just about spending. Most people see money and immediately think, what can I buy with this? Let's be honest, we've all done it. That $100 could become a gadget, a meal, a weekend experience, and spending it feels good for a moment. But what if you thought about that $100 a little differently? What if instead of buying something, you invested it, and every year it made $8 to $12 for you on its own? Even if you only spent $4 of it each year, that $100 could stay intact and keep working for you forever. And what if you reinvested those earnings instead of spending them? Let it compound, like a snowball rolling downhill, getting bigger and faster every year. That's the magic of thinking in terms of what your money earns, not just what it buys. Consider Mike Tyson. Let's talk about Mike Tyson for a second. The man earned around $300 million in his boxing career. Let that sink in. $300 million. And yet, he went bankrupt. Why? Because like so many people who suddenly get rich, athletes, celebrities, lottery winners, he thought about money only in terms of what it could buy. Houses, cars, tigers, lavish lifestyles. He didn't think about what his money could earn. And he's not alone. Even highly paid doctors, lawyers, and executives fall into this trap. They get big paychecks and immediately upgrade everything: cars, homes, vacations. But wealth isn't what you earn. Wealth is what you keep. And more importantly, it's what you let your money do for you. Shift your mindset. Spending to earning. Here's the core idea. Stop thinking of your money as something to trade for stuff. Start thinking of it as a tiny employee that works for you 24/7. Each dollar is like a worker. You can either fire it the moment you spend it, or you can put it to work and let it keep bringing in more dollars, who also bring in more dollars. That's the power of compound growth. Let's make this real. Say you're about to buy a $20,000 car in cash. Now, if you pay cash, you might feel smart for avoiding debt, and in a way, you are. But let's talk about what you're giving up. Level 2, opportunity cost, the hidden price tag. Here's a term you may not have heard: opportunity cost. It's what you miss out on by choosing one thing over another. So in this case, by buying that $20,000 car, you're missing out on what that $20,000 could have earned if you had invested it instead. Let's say you invested that $20K in something like VTSX, a total US stock market index fund that averages about 8% returns per year. In just 1 year, that $20K could have earned you $1,600. And that keeps going. Over 10 years, you're looking at $16,000 in lost earnings, not including what those earnings could have earned. That's where compounding really kicks in. So your $20,000 car, it really cost you more like $36,000 or even more when you factor in the compounding effect. Still feel like a good deal? Compounding versus cost. Think of compound interest as a snowball rolling down a hill. It starts small, but as it rolls, it grows bigger and faster, picking up momentum. Now think of opportunity cost as the mud at the bottom of that hill that stops your snowball before it can really grow. When you're just starting out and every dollar counts, understanding opportunity cost can change everything. Level 3, how to think about your investments. Now let's talk about how to think about what you already own, especially investments like VTSX. One of the most famous investors in the world, Warren Buffett, once said, open quote, rule number 1, never lose money. Rule number 2, Never forget rule number one. Close quote. And people hear that and think Buffett must have a secret formula to dodge every market crash. But during the 2008 crisis, Buffett lost $25 billion, yes, with a B. But he didn't panic. He didn't sell. He didn't try to time the market. Why? Because Buffett doesn't just see stocks as numbers that go up and down. He sees them as pieces of real businesses. He thinks long term. When you buy VTSX, you're not just buying a stock. You're buying ownership in thousands of companies across America. Big ones, small ones, innovative ones. Companies that build, grow, solve problems, and earn profits. Some will fail, many will succeed, and some will become the next Amazon or Tesla. And when those underperforming companies fall away, they get replaced automatically by newer, stronger companies. That's why an index fund like VTSX is what I call self-cleansing. Even when the stock market dips, and it will dip, your share of those businesses remains. If you stay invested and keep adding to it, you're riding a rising tide over time. History has shown that the market, while bumpy, trends upward in the long run. A better way to look at market fluctuations. Let's say you bought $10,000 worth of VTX at $53.67 per share. That's about 186 shares. If the share price jumps to $56 next week, you feel great. If it drops to $52, you might feel sick. But here's the thing. You still own 186 shares either way, and those shares still represent a slice of 3,700 plus American companies. The value on paper goes up and down, but your ownership and the long-term potential remains the same. That's the mindset of a real investor. Final thoughts. Train your brain to think like wealthy people do. Here's the hard truth. Most people never learn how to think about money the right way. They trade dollars for stuff, then work more hours to get more dollars to buy more stuff. Meanwhile, the wealthy think, how can I use these dollars to earn more dollars and eventually buy back my time? That's the real goal. Not just more money, but freedom. We live in a complicated, noisy world, but money, when used wisely, is the most powerful tool to cut through the chaos and build a life on your own terms. It's never too late to start learning. And if you've made mistakes in the past, welcome to the club. The key is to change how you think about money, starting now. Takeaway for today. Every time you spend a dollar, you're not just spending it, you're giving up everything that dollar could have earned for you. So ask yourself, is this really worth it? Start thinking of money as your employee. Invest it, let it work for you, and over time, watch your army of dollars build you the freedom you deserve. Chapter 5, Investing in a Raging Bull or Bear Market. Imagine this. It's early 2015. The stock market is booming. The S&P 500, an index that tracks 500 of the biggest companies in America, is sitting at over 2,000 points. That's more than 3 times higher than it was just 6 years earlier in 2009. If you're someone sitting on a chunk of cash right now, maybe from a bonus or a big tax refund, you might be wondering, open quote, is this the right time to invest? What if the market crashes next week? Should I wait until things cool off? Maybe I should just stay on the sidelines for now. Close quote. If you've had thoughts like these, you're not alone. These are exactly the kinds of questions I've received ever since I started writing about money and investing. The truth is, moments like these, whether the market's soaring or tumbling, are where your beliefs about money and investing get tested. Let's talk about how to handle them. First, the market is a roller coaster, so buckle up. Here's what I know after decades of watching markets and helping others invest. 1. No one, not the gurus, not the experts on TV, can predict what the market will do next. 2. The market is the greatest wealth-building tool ever created. Yes, it always goes up, but the ride is wild, full of dips, crashes, and climbs. 4. Because we can't predict the dips or peaks, we've got to toughen up and stay invested. 5. I want my money working hard for me as soon as possible. Delaying out of fear just wastes time. If only. Thinking, a trap that holds you back. When the market's high, it's tempting to think, if only I had invested before this bull run, or what if I wait for the next crash, then I'll buy in. But that kind of hindsight or wishful thinking won't help you build wealth. Why? Because the future is always uncertain. Every time the market hits a new high, people say it's too late. But guess what? That's what they said when the S&P hit 1,000, then 2,000, and it'll be what they say when it hits 5,000 someday. Trying to time the market, jumping in and out based on guesses, is a fool's game. Fear is normal, but you have to master it. Fear and greed are the two emotions that drive most investing mistakes. And fear, it's powerful. It keeps people on the sidelines. It makes them sell when the market dips. It makes them miss out on the very thing they were hoping to gain, long-term growth. The market will crash. That's not a guess. That's a fact. It will crash again and again and again. There will be pullbacks, corrections, scary headlines, and panic. That's just part of the deal. But every crash is followed eventually by recovery and then new highs. Let me put it this way. If you're going to be a long-term investor, you have to expect your portfolio to lose value sometimes. You'll see it cut in half more than once over your lifetime. That's not failure. That's the ride. And it's a ride worth taking. Should I wait for the crash? Let's pretend you have a magical crystal ball that tells you, hey, the market is at its peak today. A crash is coming. You sell everything, or maybe you hold off on investing. Okay, now what? Do you wait for a 10% dip, a 20% crash? What if it drops 50 cents? Do you buy then? What if it keeps going down after you buy back in? You'd have to time it perfectly twice, once to sell high and again to buy low. Nobody can do that consistently. Not even Warren Buffett tries. In fact, the people who get it half right often get stuck on the sidelines, paralyzed, watching the market rise without them while their money sits doing nothing. Time in the market beats timing the market. If you're 30 years old and planning to invest for 60 plus years, here's what really matters. The Dow Jones Index was around 250 in 1955. By 2015, it was over 17,000. That's through wars, recessions, political chaos, inflation, you name it. From 1995 to 2015, the S&P 500 went from about 500 to over 2,000, and that included the dot-com bubble and the 2008 financial crisis. Despite all the chaos, the long-term trend is up. So yes, there will be crashes. You'll see your investments dip, sometimes dramatically. But if you stay in the game, those dips turn into buying over time, keeps climbing. Don't listen to the noise. Every day, you'll hear talking heads on TV or YouTube say, open quote, the market is about to crash. We're headed into a massive bull run. Close quote, one says sell, another says buy. Who's right? Truth is, nobody knows. And paying too much attention to these forecasts is not only distracting, it's dangerous. It creates fear. It leads to bad decisions. They're not making those predictions for your benefit. They're doing it for ratings. Serious investors tune out the noise and stick to their plan. Here's the real question you should ask. It's not, is now the right time to invest? It's, am I the kind of person who can invest in the stock market at all? Because here's the deal. Until you're emotionally ready to watch your investments go down without panicking, you're not ready to be in the market. That's not judgment. It's just the truth. Successful investing isn't about predicting the future. It's about controlling your emotions and staying consistent over the long haul. And if you're not sure, you don't have to go all in. The good news, this doesn't have to be an all or nothing decision. If you're nervous, you can ease in. You can use techniques like asset allocation, which we'll talk about in chapter 14, to smooth out the bumps. But don't let fear freeze you forever. Your future self will thank you for starting today, even if you start small. Final takeaway. Let's wrap it up with one simple truth. You don't build wealth by predicting the market. You build wealth by participating in it. Get in, stay in, tune out the noise, trust the process. Action step. If you're sitting on the sidelines waiting for the perfect time to invest, stop waiting. Start small. Start now. Even if it's just $50 or $100, get your money in the game and let time do the heavy lifting. You don't need a magic genie. You just need patience, consistency, and courage. Next up, in future chapters, we'll talk more about asset allocation, how to protect your ride and still grow your wealth. Until then, stay steady, keep it simple, and remember, the path to wealth isn't a sprint, it's a lifelong journey. Chapter 6. There's a major market crash coming, and why that shouldn't scare you. Let me ask you something. Have you ever been watching the news and heard something like, breaking, the market is crashing, billions lost, economists stunned? Scary, right? You start to sweat. Your stomach tightens. You wonder if your savings are going up in smoke. The financial experts on TV are all sounding the alarm like it's the end of the world. But what if I told you this kind of fear is not only normal, it's actually necessary, and even better, it's a golden opportunity. Yep, a blessing in disguise if you're prepared. Let me explain. A story from the real world. A few years back, I was flipping through a popular money magazine. You know the kind. Glossy pages, bold headlines, and a serious-looking economist from a fancy university telling us what's really going on. He was talking about how the market is changing, how buy and hold investing is dead, and how we all need to diversify across everything: stocks, bonds, commodities, currencies, international markets, you name it. And at first, it all sounded impressive. But then he dropped this line, open quote, "Buy and hold doesn't work anymore." Close quote. Now that made me sit up straight. Because here's the thing, that's not only misleading, it's dangerous advice for everyday investors like you and me. Let's break this down. The economist wasn't completely wrong. He had a point. Markets have become more volatile. Technology has sped up trading. People panic and sell at the wrong time. That's all true. But his conclusion? That because some people panic sell, the strategy itself is broken? That's like saying seatbelts don't work because people sometimes forget to buckle up. The truth is this: buy and hold investing isn't the problem. Human behavior is. Treating the symptom, not the cause. What this economist and so many financial experts suggest is a kind of complicated buffet-style investing. Spread your money across everything, just in case something works. Sounds smart, right? But think about what that means. You'd have to study a dozen different markets, constantly rebalance, chase trends, and pray you're guessing right. It's exhausting, and it rarely beats the simple approach. Let me offer something better. Instead of trying to outsmart the market or protect yourself from every possible crash, fix your mindset. Understand how markets really work and toughen up when the storms hit. That's the real path to wealth. Market crashes are normal, not new. Let's zoom out for a moment. Over the last 50 years, here's just a partial list of market disasters: the oil crisis and inflation in the 70s, Black Monday in 1987, the dot-com bubble burst in the early 2000s, 9/11, the housing crash and Great Recession of 2008, COVID-19 crash in 2020. Each one felt like the end of the world at the time. And yet, here we are. In 1974, the Dow Jones closed around 616. By the end of 2014, it was over 17,800. If you had simply invested $1,000 and done nothing but stay calm, it would have grown to nearly $90,000 by 2015. No fancy strategies, no guesswork, just staying the course. But what about the next crash? It's coming. Another crash. Another scary headline. Another flood of fear. Just like winter brings snow, the market brings crashes. That's the rhythm of investing. But here's what most people miss. The crash is not the problem. Your reaction to it is. Every time the market tanks, investors fall into two groups: the panickers who sell at the bottom and lock in their losses, the calm ones who stay invested or even buy more and ride the wave back up. Guess which group ends up wealthy? The core truths you must understand. Let's make this super clear. Burn these into your mind. 1, market crashes will always happen, maybe once a decade, maybe more often. You can't avoid them. 2, the market always recovers, always. History proves it, over and over again. If it doesn't recover someday, we've got bigger problems than our portfolios. 3, the market always goes up in the long run. It's a rocky road full of dips and detours, but the overall direction is up. 4, the stock market is the best performing investment over time. Period. Nothing else. Real estate, gold, crypto beats it in the long haul. 5, toughness matters more than talent. Most people lose money not because they chose the wrong fund, but because they couldn't stomach the dips. 6, fear is your biggest enemy and your greatest opportunity. When everyone else is running scared, that's when smart investors quietly build wealth. So what should you do? Here's the magic formula. Simple, powerful, proven. Buy low-cost index funds like VTSX or VTI. Invest consistently, whether the market is up or down. Don't panic when it crashes. Breathe. Stay calm. Add more when it drops. Yes, really. Repeat for decades. That's it. No drama. No guesswork. just patience, discipline, and grit. Final thought, I told my 24-year-old daughter this. You're going to live through 2 or 3 financial meltdowns as big as 2008. You'll also live through some of the biggest bull markets in history. Don't let either one throw you off track. The world will try to convince you that every crash is the end and every boom is a new beginning. But the truth is, it's all just part of the ride. So buckle up, stay cool, keep going. Action step, write this on a sticky note and put it somewhere visible. Market crashes are normal. I will not panic. I will keep investing. Read it every time the news gets loud. Read it every time fear creeps in. And remember, wealth isn't built on avoiding storms. It's built on learning how to stand in the rain and keep walking. Stay tuned. In the next chapter, we'll talk about why the market always goes up and how you can ride that wave to long-term wealth no matter where you're starting from. Chapter 7. The market always goes up. Let me take you back to a day that felt like the world was ending. It was 1987, and the financial world got rocked by what we now call Black Monday. I called up my broker because back then we all still had brokers. No internet, no apps, no Robinhood. And I cheerfully said, "Hey Bob, how's it going?" What came next was silence. Then Bob, sounding like he had just walked through a war zone, said, "You're kidding, right?" "Jim, the market just had the biggest crash in history. It dropped over 500 points. That's more than 22% in one day." I was stunned. The entire financial system felt like it had shattered. A week later, Time magazine slapped a headline on its cover: "The crash. After a wild week on Wall Street, the world is different." But here's the truth. It wasn't different. Not in the way they meant. Crashes like these, they're part of the deal. Lesson number 1, the market always comes back. Here's the thing. Even though I knew the market was volatile and I knew there would be crashes, corrections, and scary headlines, I still panicked. I held on for a few months after Black Monday, but the fear finally got to me. I sold. And guess what? That day when I sold everything, the market was near its bottom. Not long after, it started climbing again. It always does. Schrodevlium. I had locked in my losses. I had missed the recovery. It was painful, but it was one of the most valuable lessons of my life. I learned that to be a successful investor, you need something important than intelligence or a finance degree. You need guts. You need to be tough. Staying the course with a side of panic. One of my readers put it perfectly. We've stayed the course with a side dish of panic. That's real. It captures what investing feels like, because even though we know we should ride out the storms, our emotions don't always cooperate. The stock market will test your nerves, but if you hold on, it rewards you. Let's zoom out for a second and look at the big picture. What the market really is. People throw around the term stock market all the time, but let's get clear about what it actually means. When you buy stock, you're buying ownership, real ownership in a company. Maybe it's Apple, Starbucks, or Tesla. That stock is a tiny slice of a living, breathing business full of people trying to innovate, grow, and succeed. Now, if you own a fund like VTSX, Vanguard's Total Stock Market Index Fund, you own a piece of almost every publicly traded company in the US. About 3,700 businesses in one shot. That's the beauty of index funds. You're not betting on a single winner, you're betting on the entire American economy. So, why does the market always go up? Let's break this down into 2 powerful reasons. 1, the market is self-cleansing. Imagine a big group of companies, thousands of them, lined up on a graph. Some will crash and burn. That's the left side of the curve. The worst a company can do is lose 100% of its value and go to zero. But on the right side, the best companies can grow 1,000%, 10,000%, or more. There's no ceiling. Every time a company dies, another one is born. Blockbuster goes down, Netflix rises, Sears fades, Amazon explodes. The old are replaced by the new. This constant evolution is what keeps the market moving forward. It's like a forest that clears out the dead trees to make room for new growth. But, and this is important, this only works if you own the whole market. That's why low-cost, broad-based index funds like VTSX are so powerful. They automatically adjust as new winners emerge and losers fall away. 2, businesses are built to win. The second reason the market keeps rising? Because behind every stock are people. Entrepreneurs, workers, dreamers, busting their tails to grow their companies. Think about it. Every business wants to expand, reach more customers, launch better products, and stay alive. They innovate, they compete, they fight to survive. And when you invest in something like VTSX, you're backing all of them. You're riding the collective energy and ambition of the most powerful economy on Earth. That's why stocks over time have outperformed every other investment class in history. Real estate, gold, bonds, you name it. Nothing has beaten the long-term upward march of the stock market. But wait, it's not always smooth sailing. Let's be real. This journey isn't a straight line. There will be terrifying drops, massive crashes, and gut-wrenching days. There's always going to be a big ugly event around the corner, some new crisis the media says will destroy the world. That's when most people panic and sell at the worst possible moment. But you'll be different. You'll be the one who holds. Because now you know, the market always goes up if you stay in it. Let's recap the big ideas. Crashes are normal. They're scary, but they pass. The stock market is made of real companies run by real people, constantly pushing forward. Broad-based index funds like VTSX are self-cleansing. They drop the losers and ride the winners. Over time, the market has always gone up. That's the pattern. That's the history. Your job? Be patient. Be tough. Stay the course. Action step: if you're investing, make it automatic. Set up a recurring investment into a total stock market index fund like VTSX or VTI. Then let it ride. Don't check it every day. Don't flinch at the headlines. Just trust the process. Because while the road may get bumpy, the direction is always upward, and that's the simple path to wealth. Chapter 8: Why Most People Lose Money in the Market. Let's take a breath for a second. In the last chapter, we painted a pretty exciting picture of the stock market. It was all about growth, long-term success, and building real wealth. And hey, it is true. The stock market can be your ticket to financial freedom. But here's the other side of the coin. Most people lose money in the market. Let that sink in. Now, why does that happen? Why do so many people fail, even when the market is actually a powerful wealth-building machine? Let's break it down together, like we're having coffee and talking real talk about money. 1. We think we can time the market. Here's the fantasy. You'll jump into the market when it's low, ride the wave up, then sell right before it crashes. Boom. Instant millionaire. But here's the truth. Nobody consistently times the market right. Not you, not me, not even most professionals. Most people do the opposite. They buy when stocks are flying high because everyone else is doing it. Then they panic and sell when the market dips because they're scared. Imagine if someone bought stocks in a booming economy, then freaked out and sold everything during a dip like 2008 or 2020. That's a recipe for loss, not wealth. It's not a flaw in your intelligence. It's human nature. We're emotional creatures living in a roller coaster financial world. Psychologists have studied this. Investors tend to jump in and out of the market at the worst possible times. Here's a wild stat. Most people who invest in mutual funds don't even earn as much as the fund itself earns because they keep buying high and selling low. It's like owning a winning horse, but jumping off right before the finish line. 2. We think we can pick winning stocks. Let's say you hear about a hot stock. Everyone's talking about it. You buy it, and guess what? It jumps. You feel like a genius. Feels great, right? Like you've cracked the code. But this is where it gets dangerous, because now you're hooked. You start believing you can do it again and again, but eventually the magic runs out. The truth is, even most pros can't consistently pick winning stocks. That's why folks like Warren Buffett and Peter Lynch are legends. They're the exceptions, not the rule. I've dabbled too. In 2011, I picked 5 stocks and made 19% in 4 months. Felt amazing. But could I repeat that year after year? Not a chance. Picking stocks is like trying to win at roulette. Sure, you might get lucky once, but it's not a long-term strategy for building real, stable wealth. That's why I lean on index funds. They quietly, steadily grow with the market without needing luck or guesswork. 3. We think we can pick winning fund managers. A lot of folks think, okay, I won't pick stocks, but I'll pick a mutual fund manager who can. Sounds smart, right? But here's the catch. Most actively managed funds don't beat the market, and they still charge you high fees whether they win or lose. Think about it this way. In 2013, Vanguard studied 1,500 plus actively managed funds over 15 years. Only 18% beat the market, and only after surviving that long. That means 82% failed, and investors paid for the privilege. Worse, There are more mutual funds than actual stocks in the market. Let that sink in. It's like having more cooks than ingredients in a kitchen. Chaos. So, why do we hear about amazing funds in the media? Because marketing teams are clever. They highlight funds that just happened to do well recently and quietly bury the ones that flopped. They're selling hope. But hope doesn't grow your wealth. Discipline and strategy do. 4. We focus on the foam instead of the beer. This one's my favorite. It's a powerful metaphor. Imagine pouring a cold beer into a glass. If you do it right, you get mostly beer with just a little foam on top. Pour it fast, you get a glass full of foam and barely any beer. Now, imagine someone pours it for you behind the bar and hands it to you in a dark mug. You can't see what's foam and what's beer. You just have to guess. That's the stock market. The beer is the real businesses behind the stocks, companies making money, providing services, growing. The foam is the noise, the daily price swings, the flashy headlines, the TV experts yelling about booms and busts. People get obsessed with the foam. They panic when prices drop. They cheer when the market jumps. But in the long run, it's the beer that matters. Great companies create real value over time. Ignore the drama. Tune out the hype. Focus on what's underneath, the solid businesses you own through your investments. The media won't help you here. They thrive on drama. The Dow is crashing. The market's on fire. Buy now, sell everything. They want attention, not your financial success. But we're smarter than that. We're in it for the beer, not the foam. Final takeaway: want to win in the market? Stop trying to outsmart it. Don't chase trends. Don't panic when things get rough. Instead, buy broad-based index funds, hold them long-term, ignore the noise, let compound interest do its magic. Building wealth is not about timing. It's about time in the market. Stay calm, stay invested, stay smart. The market will do the rest. Action step. If you haven't already, start automating your investments into a low-cost index fund like VTSX or a total market ETF like VTI. Set it, forget it, let it grow. Because you're not in this for the thrill, you're in it for freedom. And freedom, my friend, is built over time with patience, clarity, and courage. Chapter 9, The Big Ugly Event. Let's talk about something that makes even the most confident investors a little queasy. Yes, we know the stock market is a fantastic wealth-building machine. Over the long haul, it trends upward, relentlessly. And thanks to a simple tool like VTSX, the Vanguard Total Stock Market Index Fund, we can ride that upward wave with very little effort. But let's not sugarcoat it. The ride is bumpy. Markets are volatile, crashes happen. Sometimes they hit hard. And most people, because of fear and panic, lose money, even though they could have avoided it. Talked about the need to stay calm, toughen up, and ride out the storms. But what happens when the storm turns into a full-blown hurricane? Let's rewind the clock to 1929, the big ugly event. The mother of all crashes. In 1929, the stock market tanked. Like really tanked. Over 2 years, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell from 391 to 41. That's a brutal 90% drop. Imagine this. You invest $100,000 at the peak. 2 years later, it's worth $10,000. And it gets worse. Your portfolio wouldn't fully recover until the mid-1950s. That's 26 years of climbing out of the hole. Now, if you were buying stocks on margin, meaning with borrowed money, which was common back then, you would have been wiped out completely. Fortunes disappeared overnight. Lesson: never invest borrowed money in the stock market. Ever. So, should we panic? Does this kind of nightmare mean that investing in the stock market is too dangerous? Not quite. Let's zoom out and look at the bigger picture, because context is everything. Here are a few critical things to keep in mind about the big ugly. 1. You had to be really unlucky to get hit that hard. To experience the full devastation of 1929, you would have had to invest all your money right at the top, literally days before the crash. But what if you had invested just a couple of years earlier, say in 1926 or 1927? You would have still lost money, sure, but by the late 1930s, you'd be back in the green. Or if you started even earlier, like 1920, you'd have recovered from the crash within 7 years. That's painful, yes, but it's not a lifetime sentence. And history shows that even the worst crashes don't stay permanent. Nudge 2. A crash early in life, believe it or not, that's a gift. Let's say you started your career in 1929. If you kept your job, as 75% of workers did, you'd have had decades to buy stocks at bargain basement prices. That's like walking into a store where everything's on a 90% discount. If you stay consistent and keep buying, you actually come out way ahead. Market crashes are scary, but they're also clearance sales for the patient and persistent. 3. Even retirees had a silver lining. Now imagine you were already retired in 1929 with $1 million invested. Yes, by 1932, that portfolio would have been worth only $100,000. That's gut-wrenching. But here's the twist. Prices for everything, food, rent, clothes, also fell dramatically. This was a deflationary event, which means your money, though less in number, still went further in buying power. Plus, your investments had nowhere to go but up. How for? This kind of crash is exceptionally rare. Here's some good news. In the last 115 plus years, a crash like 1929 has only happened once. Even in 2008, when we were teetering on the edge of disaster, we didn't go over. Systems that were put in place after the Great Depression helped catch us before we fell into the abyss again. That's not to say it can't happen, but history shows that it's extraordinarily rare. Number 5, the other monster, hyperinflation. Now let's talk about the other economic doomsday scenario. Hyperinflation. Unlike deflation, which makes your money more powerful, hyperinflation turns your money into monopoly cash. It's happened before. Zimbabwe, 2008. Hungary, 1946. Germany, 1920s, leading to mass poverty and political chaos. Hyperinflation is when prices spiral out of control and your money rapidly loses value. Instead of a loaf of bread costing $3, it might cost $3,000, then $300,000, then $3 million. Good news, it's extremely rare in developed countries and hasn't hit the US since the Revolutionary War. Governments actually like a little inflation. It greases the wheels of the economy, helps wages grow, and lets debts be paid with cheaper dollars. But when it runs too hot, it's a problem. How does this tie back to VTSAX? Here's why index funds like VTSX are powerful tools. When you own stocks, you own businesses, and businesses have assets, factories, products, land, that often rise in value with inflation. So even when the value of money drops, the value of real assets goes up. That makes stocks a decent hedge against inflation, especially the moderate kind. The real question, what kind of risk can you handle? Look, there's no investment in the world that's completely risk-free. But when you look at the last century of stock market performance, the pattern is clear. Crashes are rare. Growth is constant. So you have to ask yourself, do you want to spend your life fearing a once-in-a-century disaster, or do you want to join the long, steady march of wealth building? Final takeaway. You don't have to fear the big ugly event. You just have to be prepared for it. Stick to these 3 timeless principles. 1, spend less than you earn. 2, invest the difference in low-cost index funds like VTSAX. 3, avoid debt and stay the course, no matter what the headlines scream. Yes, storms may come, but if your ship is built right, you'll weather them and sail straight into financial freedom. Action step. Take a breath, zoom out, and remind yourself, you're not investing for tomorrow, you're investing for the long run. The next time the market dips, remember, it's not a disaster. It's a sail. Keep buying, keep holding, keep going. Chapter 10, Keep It Simple, Considerations and Tools. Let's start with a simple truth. Simple is powerful. Simple is easier to follow. Simple is more likely to make you wealthy. And yet, the world of money and investing is filled with noise. People throwing around big words, complicated charts, and slick products that promise everything. It's overwhelming, and for most of us, completely unnecessary. Because here's the secret nobody profits from telling you. You don't need complex investments to build wealth. You just need a simple plan, a calm mindset, and a few smart tools. In this chapter, we're going to strip investing down to its essentials. No fluff, no jargon, just the core ideas and tools that will put you ahead of 80%, maybe even 90% of all investors out there, including the so-called pros. And best of all, it'll take almost none of your time. Why simple beats complicated? Since ancient times, think Babylon and beyond, people have tried to invent investments, not just for themselves, but to sell to others. And when someone's trying to sell you something, you better believe they're going to make it sound special, even if it's not. Many modern investments are made to sound complex on purpose. Why? Because complexity creates confusion. Confusion creates dependence, and dependence makes money for someone else. Let's be clear. The more complex an investment sounds, the more likely it is to cost you money, and the more it makes for the company selling it to you. That's why this book and this chapter especially is about giving you the power to say, no thanks, I've got this. The only three things you need to consider before you invest a single dollar, ask yourself three simple questions. One, where am I on my financial journey? Are you building wealth, working and saving, or preserving it, living off your investments? Two, how much risk can I handle? Can you sleep at night if the stock market drops 20%? Or do you need your ride to be a little smoother? Three, what's my timeline? Are you investing for a few years or for decades? Hint, it's probably decades, even if you're 60. These three questions shape how you invest. And guess what? They'll change over time. You might be in your 30s and ready to take big swings, or in your 50s, craving stability. Maybe you want to retire early, or maybe you're rejoining the workforce after a break. Life moves, and so should your plan. Let's walk through a few key mindsets to help you answer these. There's no such thing as no risk. Many people think the safest place for money is a savings account. It feels secure. No ups and downs, no stress. But here's the danger: inflation. If you hide $10,000 in your mattress or a low-interest bank account for 20 years, it'll still be $10,000 when you come back, but might only buy half as much. That's a guaranteed loss in purchasing power. On the flip side, investing in stocks means you'll ride a roller coaster, but over time, that ride goes up. Stocks help your money grow faster than inflation. They help you build wealth, not just store it. So, while there's no perfect safety anywhere, you get to choose your type of risk: the slow bleed of inflation or the bumpy ride of long-term growth. Your age doesn't always equal your stage. You don't magically switch to preservation mode when you hit 65. You might retire early, take a career break, or change goals at 45, or you might work into your 70s doing something you love. What matters is your stage, not your age. Wealth accumulation stage equals your earning and saving. Wealth preservation stage, you're living off your savings. And here's a big one. These stages can shift back and forth. Life isn't linear, neither is your financial plan. Why you need FU money. Let's talk about something that gives you power, freedom, and peace of mind. FU money is the money that lets you walk away from any job, person, or situation that's no longer good for you. It gives you options. It doesn't have to be millions. Even a few months' worth of expenses saved up can give you breathing room when life gets tough. If you don't have it yet, start building it now. It's the best financial gift you'll ever give yourself. Long-term is longer than you think. A lot of financial advisors use this rule. Subtract your age from 100 or 120, and that's how much of your money should be in stocks. So a 60-year-old should supposedly have only 40% in stocks. But let's pause here. People are living longer. Many 60-year-olds have 30 more years ahead. That's a long time. And during that time, inflation will keep nibbling away at your money. If you want your money to grow, last, and maybe even support others after you're gone, your kids, grandkids, or causes you care about, you'll need to keep thinking long term. The only three tools you really need. Okay, now let's build your financial toolbox. Ready? You only need three tools. That's it. 1. VTSX, your growth engine. This is the Vanguard Total Stock Market Index Fund. Think of it as owning tiny pieces of thousands of American companies all at once. No guessing, no picking winners. You just ride the entire US economy. This is your wealth builder and your inflation fighter. 2. VBTLX, your smooth ride. This is the Vanguard Total Bond Market Index Fund. Bonds don't grow as fast as stocks, but they help smooth out the wild ups and downs. If stocks are the gas pedal, bonds are the seat belt. This is your income generator and your volatility buffer. 3. Cash, your cushion. Cash is great for daily needs and emergencies. It won't grow much, but it gives you flexibility and peace of mind. When markets drop or surprises come, cash is your safety net. We keep ours in a high-yield online savings account like Ally. It's easy, insured, and pays more than traditional banks, usually. If money market funds start paying more again in the future, we'll switch. Tack your mix equals your choice. How much of each tool you use depends on your comfort level. Want more growth and are okay with some bumps? Put more in VTSAX. Want a smoother ride even if it means slower growth? Add more to VBTLX and cash. There's no perfect formula, just a thoughtful balance that works for you. Final thoughts. We live in a noisy world, full of financial experts, flashy apps, and shiny promises. But wealth doesn't come from complexity, it comes from clarity. Simple is not just easier, it's smarter and more powerful than you think. So here's your action step. Action step, build your simple toolbox, set up 3 buckets. VTSAX for growth, VBTLX for stability, cash for life's curveballs. Then adjust the mix based on your stage, your risk comfort, and your long-term goals. You don't need to chase the next hawk or listen to talking heads on TV. You've got the tools. You've got the mindset. Now go build your simple path to wealth. In the next chapters, we'll dive deeper into how index funds and bonds work, plus some easy strategies to put it all together. Stay with me. This journey's just getting good. Chapter 11, Index funds are really just for lazy people, right? Let's be honest. At first glance, index funds sound kind of boring. They don't promise flashy wins. They don't come with bragging rights at the next dinner party. And let's face it, if you told your cousin you invested in every company in the stock market instead of picking the next big thing, they might roll their eyes and say, that's just for lazy people. But here's the truth. Index investing isn't lazy. It's brilliant. It's not about doing less. It's about doing what actually works and consistently. The myth of trying harder. Over the years, I've had people tell me, JL, your advice is great for the average person. They'll say that if you're really smart or willing to put in the time, you can do better. That if you hustle harder, read the market better, and follow the right experts, you can beat the index. Let me tell you what that is. Total garbage. The Jack Bogle Revolution. Back in Chapter 7, we met one of my heroes, Jack Bogle, the founder of Vanguard and the father of index investing. He created a way for everyday people, people like you and me, to invest in the entire stock market with just one simple fund. And here's what Jack, who spent over 6 decades in the business, once said. I've never met anyone who can consistently beat the market, not in 61 years, not once. That's from a man who sat at the top of the investing world, and I agree with him 100%. Why indexing wins? Again and again. Here's the deal. Picking winning stocks sounds exciting, but the odds, they're tiny, like lightning strike tiny. When you invest in an index fund, you're buying a piece of every major company, the good ones, the bad ones, and the next Apples or Amazons before anyone even knows they're the next big thing. That might sound average, but it's actually the smartest strategy around. Why? Because it works repeatedly, reliably, cheaply over decades. Even the professionals can't beat it, and they try with your money. Let's talk psychology. So if indexing is so great, why do so many people resist it? Here are a few big reasons. 1, we think we're smarter than the market. Smart people often struggle with the idea that they can't outperform something as basic as an index. I get it. I've been there. But here's the truth. Even Wall Street's brightest minds get humbled by the market. Remember General Motors in the 60s? People thought they were too big to fail. Yet decades later, they were on the brink of collapse and needed a government bailout. Meanwhile, in the 90s, people were betting Apple wouldn't survive. Today, it's the largest U.S. company by market value. You just can't predict who will be king next year. Ashash number 2. We confuse average with mediocre. When you hear index returns are average, it sounds unimpressive. But average here doesn't mean mediocre. It means you're earning the market's total combined return, and that puts you ahead of 80% and 99% of the professionals over time. That's right. By investing in a simple total market fund like VTSX, you're likely to beat nearly everyone else, every year, for decades. That's the kind of average I'll take any day. Nushaner 3. The media loves a good story. Headlines love heroes. This fund crushed the S&P 500. That investor tripled their money. It's exciting. It sells. And the financial media is often funded by the very firms they cover. But they're telling stories, not giving you a plan for your life. Investing isn't a sprint. It's a marathon. The people who chase returns often trip, fall, and lose years of progress. And 4, we don't understand the real cost of fees. Let's say you're paying 1% in fees to a fund manager or financial advisor. That sounds small, right? But once you're living off your investments, you'll probably aim to withdraw just 4% a year to keep your portfolio healthy. That 1% fee, it's eating up 25% of your income year after year. That's not a minor fee, that's a monster drain on your future. Now compare that to VTSAX, which has an expense ratio of just 0.05%. That's practically free. Jack Bogle said it best: performance comes and goes, fees are forever. 5. We want the thrill. Let's face it, index investing isn't sexy. There's no adrenaline rush, no I called the next Tesla, no champagne-worthy bragging rights. But what it does give you? Freedom, time, peace of mind, and eventually, F you money. I'll gladly trade the thrill of a gamble for a life of abundance. Or 6. We've been brainwashed. There's a $1 trillion industry telling you that you need them. Financial advisors, stock analysts, flashy newsletters, talking heads on CNBC, all whispering or shouting, you can beat the market. You just need our strategy. They profit when you believe you can't do this on your own. But you can. That's the beauty of index investing. It's simple. It's powerful. It works. The Bruce Lee test. Years ago, my martial arts instructor gave me a lesson I never forgot. He said, before you try some fancy high kick in a street fight, ask yourself, am I Bruce Lee? If not, keep your feet on the ground. Same thing applies to investing. Before you start picking stocks or trying to beat the market, ask, am I Warren Buffett? If the answer is no, and it probably is, keep your investing simple. Stick with index funds. Stay grounded. Bottom line. I don't love index funds because they're easy. I love them because they work. If there were a better strategy, even if it took more effort, I'd do it. But putting in more effort for worse results? No thanks. Your takeaway action step. Open a low-cost brokerage account. Fidelity, Vanguard, or Schwab are great places to start. Then invest in a total market index fund like VTSAX or FFSKAX. Don't try to be a hero. Be smart. Be consistent. Let your money do the heavy lifting. Indexing isn't about being lazy. It's about being free. Chapter 12. Bonds, the steady hand in your wealth journey. So far, we've spent a lot of time talking about the stock market, those amazing little slices of ownership in companies that build our wealth over time. Stocks are the growth engine. They're exciting, powerful, and yes, a bit of a roller coaster. But what happens when you want a smoother ride? That's where bonds come in. Let's take a calm breath and talk about the quiet, dependable cousin of stocks, bonds. Why bonds even matter. Imagine your financial journey as a cross-country road trip. Stocks are the high-speed highways that get you there fast, but they have some bumpy patches. Bonds are the scenic, slower roads that smooth out the bumps and give you peace of mind. They don't grow your money as aggressively as stocks, but they help balance things out. They give you a bit of income, a bit of stability, and even act as protection when certain parts of the economy go sideways, specifically when deflation hits. Stocks protect you against inflation when prices rise. Bonds help protect you against deflation when prices fall. They're the yin to stocks' yang. Stage 1. What bonds do for you. Let's keep this simple. Bonds pay interest, kind of like rent for lending out your money. They're usually less volatile than stocks. Some types of bond income are tax-free, like municipal bonds, free from federal tax and often from state tax too. U.S. Treasury bonds, free from state and local taxes. Nice perks, right? Stage 2. What the heck is a bond? Think of it this way. Stocks equals you own part of a company. Bonds, you loan your money to a company or the government and they promise to pay it back with interest. So if inflation is rising, your bond income becomes worth less over time. But in deflation, when prices fall, the money you get back is actually worth more. That's why bonds help protect your portfolio in a downturn. Stage 3. The smart way to own bonds. If you're like most people, the idea of picking individual bonds sounds as fun as watching paint dry. Good news, you don't have to. Instead, we use something like VBTLX, Vanguard's Total Bond Market Index Fund. This fund spreads your money across thousands of high-quality bonds from different sectors and timeframes. That means less risk of one bad bond tanking your investment. No need to research individual companies. Built-in diversification, aka peace of mind. Stage 4, the two basics, interest rate and term. Let's say you buy a $1,000 bond at 10% interest with a 10-year term. Each year, you get $100 in interest. That's 10% of $1,000. After 10 years, you get your full $1,000 back. The only risk? The borrower might not pay you back. That's called default risk. Bonds are graded like report cards. AAA is top notch. D is, well, not great. The lower the grade, the riskier the bond, and the more interest you get paid because lenders want a reward for taking the risk. Hasha Stage 5. When interest rates change, here's where it gets a little tricky, but stick with me. It's worth it. If you sell your bond before it matures, its value can go up or down depending on current interest rates. Let's say you're holding a bond that pays 10%. If new bonds are now offering 15%, nobody wants your old 10% bond unless you sell it for less. On the flip side, if new bonds only pay 5%, your bond becomes a hot item and is worth more. But if you just hold onto your bond until the end, you'll get all your money back, plus the interest, as long as there's no default. Stage 6, short versus long-term bonds. The length of the bond, the term, also matters. Short-term bonds, 1 to 5 years, equals lower interest, lower risk. Mid-term, 6 to 12 years, medium risk and return. Long-term, 12 plus years, equals higher return, more risk. Why? Because over 20 years, a lot can change with interest rates, inflation, and the economy. Investors want to be compensated for that extra uncertainty. This difference in rates is visualized in something called a yield curve. When short-term rates are higher than long-term ones, called an inverted yield curve, it's usually a warning sign, often predicting a recession. Stage 7, the biggest bond risk, inflation. Inflation is like a slow leak in your wallet. It makes your future dollars worth less. When you lend money through a bond and inflation rises, the payments you get back won't buy as much as they used to. That's why bond rates usually try to bake in expected inflation, but it's never a perfect science. This is also why longer-term bonds pay more. They're more exposed to inflation risk. Stage 8, other risks to watch for. Let's cover a few extra curveballs. Credit downgrades. That AAA-rated company you trusted, it might hit hard times and get downgraded, making your bond worth less. Callable bonds. The company can call the bond early, basically pay you off and stop paying interest. This usually happens when interest rates drop. Liquidity risk. Some bonds are harder to sell if few people want them. Less demand equals lower resale value. Thankfully, all of these are greatly reduced when you own a bond index fund like VBTLX. It spreads your risk and keeps things simple. Stage 9, municipal bonds, special case. Municipal bonds, munis, for short, are issued by local governments to fund public projects like schools, bridges, and water systems. They usually pay less interest, but they come with a big bonus. They're tax-free at the federal level and often state level too. If you're in a high tax bracket, munis can be a smart move. Vanguard even has state-specific muni bond funds you can check out. Stage 10. So many bonds, so little time. There are millions of bonds out there, different types, lengths, rules, and issuers. They can come from the federal government, local cities, or Fortune 500 companies. But here's the good news. You don't need to be a bond expert. With a simple, low-cost, broad-based bond index fund, you get all the benefits with none of the complexity. Your takeaway: keep it simple, keep it safe. Bonds aren't flashy, they're not exciting, but they're essential. They smooth the ups and downs of your stock investments. They provide income, and they give you peace of mind when the market goes wild. You don't need to master bond lingo or chase hot picks. Just own a low-cost total bond market index fund like VBTLX and let it quietly do its job. Action step. If you're building your investment portfolio, add bonds through a low-cost index fund. Consider your risk tolerance and life stage. If you're younger and more aggressive, you might hold fewer bonds. Closer to retirement, bonds can be your best friend. Keep it simple, keep it steady. That's the path to wealth. Chapter 13, Portfolio Ideas to Build and Keep Your Wealth. All right, now that we've laid the foundation, the mindset, the strategy, and the tools, let's roll up our sleeves and get to the really exciting part. What should your actual portfolio look like? How do you build your wealth? And just as importantly, how do you keep it? In this chapter, I'm going to give you two simple portfolio blueprints. They're designed for two different phases of life. You'll see exactly what I've told my daughter to do in her 20s, and then I'll show you what my wife and I are doing now that we're semi retired. Between these two examples, you'll be able to mix that works best for your own life. Let's jump in. Portfolio number one, the wealth accumulation portfolio. This one's built for people in their 20s, 30s, or even 40s. Anyone still in their building years. It's what I've told my daughter to use. She's not interested in becoming a financial expert. She doesn't read investing blogs or stress about the market. And with this approach, she doesn't need to. All she does is put money in, leave it alone, and let time do the heavy lifting. One day, she'll wake up a millionaire. And here's the kicker. She'll likely outperform over 80% of professional investors. Why? Because she's keeping it ridiculously simple. So here it is, the portfolio, 100% in VTSAX, the Vanguard Total Stock Market Index Fund. Let me explain why this works like magic. All your eggs, one massive basket. You've heard the old saying, don't put all your eggs in one basket. And maybe the updated version too. Put all your eggs in one basket and watch that basket carefully. But here's what I tell my daughter. Put all your eggs in one big diverse basket and then forget about it. VTSX is that basket. It holds thousands of companies across every sector of the US economy. When you buy it, you're not just betting on one company or even a handful, you're investing in the entire US economy. It's like owning a tiny slice of nearly every major business in America, from tech giants like Apple and Google to retail powerhouses like Costco and Target to small businesses you've never heard of. When the economy grows, you grow richer. Why stocks? Why not bonds, gold, or real estate? Here's the truth. Over the long haul, nothing beats stocks when it comes to building wealth. Not gold, not bonds, not real estate, not crypto, not collectibles, just plain old stocks. But, and this is a big but, you've got to be tough enough to stick with it. Markets will crash. You'll see big, scary headlines. Your account might dip 30 to 40% in a bad year. That's normal. That's part of the journey. If you can ride those waves instead of bailing out, you win. Imagine buying stocks during a crash as shopping during a sale. Everything's 30% off. That's the mindset. Hash real life numbers that'll blow your mind. Let's do some math. If you had started investing just $200 a month back in 1975, by 2015, you would have had over $1.5 million. That's from just $2,400 a year. And that includes going through every recession, market panic, oil crisis, tech bubble, housing crash, you name it. No perfect timing, no stock picking, just steady investing and patience. The hardest part of this strategy isn't choosing the fund. It's not even about money. It's psychology. You've got to stay cool when the world freaks out. The media will scream about crashes and recessions, but if you ignore the noise and keep investing anyway, you'll come out ahead. This is exactly why I made it so simple for my daughter. She doesn't have to think about it. She just adds to her account, walks away, and lets the power of time and compound growth do its thing. Portfolio number two, the wealth preservation portfolio. Okay, so what if you're closer to retirement? Or maybe you just can't stomach the roller coaster ride of a 100% stock portfolio. That's totally fair. Not everyone wants to wake up to a 30% drop in their net worth, even if it's temporary. Now that my wife and I are semi-retired, we've made a few adjustments to smooth out the bumps. Here's our setup. The portfolio, 75% VTSAX, still our core, still invested in the total stock market. 20% VBTLX, the Vanguard Total Bond Market Index Fund. Bonds don't grow as fast, but they reduce volatility and help us sleep better at night. 5% cash, just sitting in a local bank account for flexibility and emergencies. This setup gives us growth from the stocks, stability from the bonds, and peace of mind from the cash. And once a year, we take a couple of hours to rebalance it, just adjusting the amounts so the percentages stay where we want them. That's it. Want more safety? Add bonds. If you're the cautious type, feel free to increase the bond portion. Maybe go 60-40 stocks to bonds or even 50-50. Yes, your long-term gains might be a bit smaller, but the ride will feel a lot smoother. On the flip side, if you're okay with some ups and downs and want faster growth, bump up the stocks and reduce the bonds. There's no perfect ratio. It's about what helps you sleep at night while still staying in the game. Final thoughts. Keep it simple. Keep going. Both of these portfolios work because they follow the same key principles. Keep your costs low, stay diversified, ignore the noise, keep investing regularly, let time work its magic. Whether you're 25 or 65, the path is simple. Not always easy, but always simple. Takeaway for today: pick a simple portfolio, start investing consistently. Don't panic when the market gets rough. Stay the course. That's how you build and keep real wealth. You don't need fancy strategies or insider tips. You just need a calm mind, a solid plan, and a long-term view. Real simple path to wealth. Chapter 14, Choosing Your Investment Mix, Finding the Balance That Works for You. Life is all about balance, isn't it? Too much hustle and you burn out. Too much relaxation and your goals slip away. Investing is no different. It's a dance between growth and stability, between risk and peace of mind. In this chapter, we're going to talk about how to find your personal balance, the right mix of investments that fits your life, your mindset, and your future goals. Let's break it down, plain and simple. The 2 life stages of investing. Imagine your financial life as a journey with 2 major phases. 1, wealth accumulation, when you're working and building your nest egg. 2, wealth preservation, when you're retired or close and living off what you've built. That's it. 2 simple stages. And for each stage, we'll focus on just 2 types of investments. VTSX, Vanguard Total Stock Market Index Fund. It owns a tiny piece of every U.S. publicly traded company. It's your growth engine. VBTLX, Vanguard Total Bond Market Index Fund. This one adds stability to your portfolio and acts as a cushion when the stock market gets rocky. Let's explore each stage and how you might want to build your mix, your asset allocation. Stage 1, building wealth, your working years. Here's the deal. If you're young, earning money, and saving regularly, this is the time to go all in on VTSX. That's right, 100% stocks. Why? Because over time, the stock market grows, sometimes dramatically, and you have years to ride out the ups and downs. Think of VTSX as planting thousands of tiny trees in a huge forest. Over time, they grow into a towering woodland of wealth, fueled by compound interest, that magical force that makes your money earn money on your money. And since you're adding money each month, you're automatically buying more shares when the market dips. That's called dollar cost averaging, and it smooths out the bumps. Stage 2, preserving wealth, aka life after paychecks. Once you stop working and start relying on your investments for income, the game changes. Now, you want stability. This is when bonds, like VBTLX, enter the picture. Just like your paycheck used to give you a sense of security, bonds act as the steady hand in your portfolio. They don't grow as fast, but they're reliable when the stock market goes wild. A simple mix? You might start with something like 80% stocks, 20% bonds, and adjust as needed from there. Hesh, but real life isn't always so simple. You might quit your job and freelance for a few years, or retire early but then take on part-time work you love, or step away from work for a sabbatical. Life is flexible. Your investing plan should be too. That's why it's better to think in terms of your life stage rather than your age. The rule of thumb: if you're earning and saving, lean toward stocks. If you're living off your investments, start adding bonds. Effort versus simplicity. How hands-on do you want to be? Let's say you want zero hassle. You don't want to tweak things every year or check on your accounts monthly. Then go 100% VTSX. Simple. Done. That strategy has built more wealth than most people ever imagine, and it works. But if you're willing to put in just a tiny bit more work, like a couple hours a year, you could consider adding 10 to 25% bonds. It smooths out the roller coaster and might slightly improve your long-term returns. Just remember to rebalance your portfolio once a year, or when the market makes a big swing, say 20% up or down. Rebalancing just means adjusting your mix to get back to your chosen percentages. Easy to do online, takes minutes. Think of it like giving your car an oil change. Not exciting, but very necessary. Don't want to rebalance yourself? Use a target date fund. If rebalancing sounds like too much, even once a year, consider a target retirement fund, TRF. You just pick a fund with your expected retirement year in the name, like Target Retirement 2045, and it does everything for you. It automatically adjusts your stock bond mix as you get older. You'll pay a slightly higher fee for the convenience, but it's still low cost and a great option if you want to keep it brain dead simple. We'll talk more about these in chapter 16, but for now, just know they exist and they work. Let's talk about risk. Know thyself. Here's where the rubber meets the road. How much risk can you personally handle? Ask yourself, will you panic if the market drops 30%? Are you the type who checks your investment app every day? Or can you stay calm and ride it out? This is your temperament, and it matters more than any calculator. Also, think about flexibility. Can you tighten your budget if needed? Move to a cheaper location? Pick up freelance work? The more flexible you are, the more risk you can afford to take. But if you need every dollar to cover essentials, it's smart to be more cautious. So, when should you start adding bonds? There's no perfect answer, only what fits your situation. If you have a fixed retirement date, start shifting slowly, maybe over 5 to 10 years before you stop working. But if you're flexible and can delay retirement if needed, you might stay mostly in stocks until you're ready to make the leap. The payoff? More potential growth. Just know, the closer you are to needing the money, the less room you have for big market drops. Age isn't the whole story. Some people retire at 35, others at 70. Some change careers at 50 to do something they love for less money. That's why your stage of life matters more than your age. But still, age has its limits. As you get older, you have less time for your money to grow, less time to bounce back from big losses, and possibly fewer job opportunities if you need to return to work. So yes, age eventually starts to matter, but it's only one piece of the puzzle. When should you rebalance? Does timing matter? Not really. You can pick any time of year. The market doesn't care. Just avoid the very end or beginning of the year. Things get a little weird with tax moves and big trades. Personally, I rebalance on my wife's birthday. Why? Because I'll never forget it, and it makes an otherwise boring task kind of special. Pick a date that works for you. Just be consistent. What if you have both tax-advantaged and regular accounts? Great question. Ideally, you want to hold your bonds in tax-advantaged accounts, like an IRA or 401k, because bonds produce regular interest income, and the IRS loves to tax that. Your stocks, like VTSX, are better in regular accounts since they grow more efficiently and have lower tax impact. When rebalancing, sell and buy within tax-advantaged accounts whenever possible to avoid creating a tax bill. If you do have to sell in a taxable account, try to do it in a year when you've got capital losses. You can use those to offset gains and even write off up to $3,000 against your regular income. One warning, be careful not to repurchase the same stock or fund within 30 days, or the IRS will call it a wash sale and erase your tax benefit. Does rebalancing more often help performance? Investment companies will often say yes, but in reality, the difference is tiny. Even Jack Bogle, the founder of Vanguard, said rebalancing is more of a personal choice than a proven strategy. He didn't do it himself. We still rebalance once a year, but if you skipped it entirely, you'd probably be fine. Just don't obsess over tiny percentage changes. The big picture, your mix, your way. So that's it. You've got 2 stages of investing, 2 simple funds, a few tools to manage your mix, and most importantly, the ability to build a portfolio that fits your life, not anyone else's. This isn't about being perfect. It's about being consistent, thoughtful, and honest with yourself. Takeaway, build your balance. If you're still working and saving, stick with 100% VTSX, or consider adding a bit of VBTLX if you want a smoother ride. As you approach retirement, start shifting toward a mix that feels right to you. Want zero maintenance? Use a target retirement fund. Want a little more control? Rebalance once a year. Just remember, the simplest path is usually the best one. In the next chapter, we'll answer the question almost every investing guide tackles: why don't we include international stocks? Stick around, you might be surprised by the answer. And it too. Chapter 15, should you invest internationally? That's something that often comes up once people start investing. Should I invest in international funds? If you've been following the simple path we've laid out, mainly VTSAX, the Vanguard Total Stock Market Index Fund, and a bond fund, You already know we like to keep things simple, low cost, and effective. But many people, especially after scary market crashes like in 2008-09, start to wonder, shouldn't I diversify even more, like with international stocks? It's a fair question, and you'll find most financial advisors recommend adding some international funds into your portfolio. Some even say, invest in everything, just in case something works. That sounds safe on the surface, but let's unpack what that really means and whether it actually helps. Why not international? My three big reasons. There are three main reasons I don't personally invest in international specific funds. One, extra risk, and not the good kind. Let's be clear, all investing involves some risk. That's just the price of admission if you want your money to grow. But international investing adds a few layers of risk you might not even think about. Currency risk. If you invest in a German or Japanese company, for example, their profits are in euros or yen. When the US dollar gets stronger or weaker against those currencies, your returns can swing, even if the company is doing just fine. It's like playing an extra round of roulette with your money. Accounting risk. Here in the US, companies have to follow strict accounting rules. It's not perfect, remember Enron? But it's relatively transparent. In many other countries, especially emerging markets, those rules are much looser or not enforced at all. That makes it harder to trust the numbers you see. Extra costs. Small fees, big impact. VTSX is famously cheap. Its expense ratio, the annual fee to own it, is about 0.005%. That's almost nothing, but even Vanguard's best international funds cost about twice as much, and that's still considered low in the industry. Over decades, those small differences in fees can add up to thousands, even tens of thousands of dollars. Why pay more for something that may not give better results? Free. 3. You already own the world. Here's the part most people don't realize. If you own VTSX, you already have global exposure. That's right. The largest US companies, Apple, Microsoft, Coca-Cola, Google, Amazon, Ford, earn huge portions of their money from around the world. They're not just American companies. They're global giants. In fact, around 50% or more of their sales and profits come from overseas markets. So when global economies grow, these companies benefit. And since they're in VTSAX, you benefit too. But what about market independence? Some argue, but international markets don't always move the same way as the US market. Shouldn't I own both to smooth out the ride? Theory, yes. If US stocks go down and international stocks go up, your portfolio takes less of a hit. That's called non-correlation. But in reality, global markets are becoming more and more connected. When something big happens, like a recession or a global crisis, it usually affects all markets, not just one. So the benefit of owning international funds for diversification, it's shrinking. You're not as protected as you might think. Still want international exposure? No problem. If, after all this, you still feel more comfortable owning international funds, that's totally fine. Just make sure you understand what you're getting and don't overload your portfolio with complexity or fees. Here are a few good, simple options from Vanguard. VFAX, FTSE All World ex-US Index Fund, covers most of the world minus the US. Expense ratio, 0.13%. VTIAX, Total International Stock Index Fund, another solid global fund that excludes US stocks. Expense ratio, 0.12%. If you want the ultimate simplicity, VTWSXX, Total World Stock owns everything, US and international, about 50-50. Expense ratio 0.25%. You could buy this single fund and skip everything else. Bottom line, you're probably covered. If you're sticking with VTSX, you're already invested in powerful global companies. You're keeping costs low, avoiding unnecessary risks, and staying on the simple path. You don't have to own international funds, but if you choose to, make sure you understand the extra costs and risks. You're not just chasing something shiny because everyone else is. You keep it simple and intentional. Takeaway, today's action step. Stick with VTSX if simplicity, low cost, and global exposure matter to you. If you still feel like adding international funds, do it with eyes wide open and use one of the low-cost Vanguard options. Remember, it's better to be mostly right and keep it simple than to be perfect and stressed out. You don't need to own the whole world to build wealth. Just own the best parts and do it wisely. Chapter 16, TRFs. Let's say you've made it this far in your financial journey. You've learned how to build wealth with just one fund, simple, clean, no drama. But now we're talking about preserving that wealth as you inch closer to retirement. Suddenly, the wealth preservation portfolio enters the picture and it requires two funds instead of one. And maybe you're thinking, wait, W funds? I got to manage those, rebalance every year. I barely manage my calendar. How am I going to handle this? Or maybe you're still wondering, shouldn't I have some international exposure too? Friend, I hear you. You've got a full life to live. You've got books to write, businesses to build, places to see, families to raise, and maybe some sandy beaches calling your name. The last thing you want is to stress over asset allocations, rebalancing, or whether your portfolio is too aggressive or too conservative. So let me introduce you to the absolute simplest way to invest wisely and sleep soundly. Target retirement funds, or TRFs for short. What are TRFs? Imagine you pick one single investment fund, drop money into it as you go through life, and never worry about adjusting it ever again. That's exactly what a TRF does. And Vanguard, which we've talked about before as one of the most trustworthy low-cost investment companies, offers a whole lineup of these TRFs. Here's how it works. You go to Vanguard.com, please open your app to see this link, and you'll find a list of TRFs labeled by retirement year, from Target Retirement 2010 all the way to Target Retirement 2060. There's even one for folks already retired. You just pick the fund that matches the year you plan to retire. So if you're 35 now and plan to retire at 65, maybe you choose Target Retirement 2055. Then you just invest in it regularly, automatically if possible. And that's it. No rebalancing, no market timing, no complicated decisions. It's like the set it and forget it version of investing. What's inside a TRF? These funds are what's called funds of funds. Sounds fancy, but it just means they're built out of several other funds, all carefully selected and balanced to fit your retirement timeline. In Vanguard's case, the building blocks are Total Stock Market Index Fund, covers US stocks, Total Bond Market Index Fund for stability and income, Total International Stock Market Index Fund for global exposure, Total International Bond Market Index Fund for global fixed income. If you're closer to retirement, the fund also adds short-term inflation-protected securities, which help protect your money from losing value due to inflation. Here's the cool part. As time passes, the fund automatically becomes more conservative. It gradually shifts from being stock-heavy, more growth, to bond-heavy, more safety. You don't have to lift a finger. It's all done for you. What about costs? TRFs have slightly higher fees than a single index fund like VTSAX, which has an expense ratio of about 0.05%. TRFs fall in the range of 0.14% to 0.16%. Still, that's incredibly low in the investment world. And for the convenience and simplicity they offer, that small fee is worth it for a lot of people. Any downsides? Some say TRFs become too conservative too early. Others say they stay too aggressive for too long. But in my view, Vanguard strikes a good balance. Still, here's a neat little trick. If you want your TRF to be a bit more aggressive, more stocks, less bonds, just choose a fund with a later retirement date than your actual plan. If you want it to be more conservative, choose an earlier one. For example, if you plan to retire in 2045 but want to play it safer, pick Target Retirement 2040. Want to lean into growth? Go with 2050 instead. Simple. Now, I still lean toward building my portfolio using individual index funds like we've talked about in earlier chapters. Here's why. 1. Even lower fees. The fewer moving parts, the lower your costs. 2. More control. I don't feel the need for international funds beyond the US total market. VTSX gives me plenty of global exposure through multinational companies like Apple and Google. 3. Tax optimization. With separate funds, I can keep bonds in tax-advantaged accounts and save on taxes. That said, if you're not super into managing all that and want the simplest route, TRFs are an excellent choice. Where can you find TRFs? You'll likely find TRFs as investment options in your 401k or 403b plans at work, and they're especially effective there because those accounts are already tax sheltered. That means the dividends from stocks and the interest from bonds can grow without being taxed year to year. Even better, some employers automatically enroll you into a TRF based on your age. Boom, you're already on the path. So, what should you do? If you want an investing strategy that's dead simple and still extremely effective, if you don't want to think about asset allocation, rebalancing, or when to switch funds, and if you want to avoid the drama of trying to beat the market, then target retirement funds are your best friend. They're the ultimate one decision portfolio. You make one choice, pick your retirement year, and let it ride. That's the beauty of TRFs. It's wealth building without the hassle. Final takeaway. If you're looking for the easiest possible way to invest well for the long haul, choose a TRF that matches or adjusts to your retirement goals, invest in it regularly, and relax. It's not just simple, it's smart. This is the simple path to wealth at its absolute simplest. Action step: go to your retirement account, like your 401k, 403b, or IRA, look for a target retirement fund that matches your timeline, and consider switching to it if you want a stress-free, automatic, and powerful long-term strategy. You've got this. Let's keep walking the path together. Chapter 17. What if you can't buy VTSX or even Vanguard? So you've been hearing me talk a lot about VTSX, Vanguard's Total Stock Market Index Fund. And maybe you're thinking, okay, sounds great, but what if I can't actually invest in that? Maybe you're just starting out and that $10,000 minimum investment feels like a mountain. Or maybe your 401k at work doesn't even offer Vanguard funds. Heck, maybe you live outside the US and Vanguard just isn't an option at all. Don't worry, you're not stuck. There are plenty of good alternatives. Let's break it all down. What really matters isn't the name, it's the portfolio. Let's get one thing clear up front. VTSX is just one way to invest in a total stock market index. That means it gives you exposure to almost every single publicly traded company in the US, from Apple to the little companies you've never heard of. It's simple, diversified, and super low cost. But guess what? VTSX isn't the only door to that same party. Vanguard actually offers different versions of the same portfolio. They just have different names, formats, or minimum investment amounts. Here are your VTSX alternatives. Same pie, different slice. If you're investing as an individual, VTSX Admiral shares, minimum $10,000, expense ratio 0.05%. VTSMX investor shares, minimum $3,000, expense 0.17%. VTI ETF version, no minimum, expense ratio 0.05%. What's an ETF? Think of it like a stock version of a fund. You can buy and sell it anytime during market hours, and you don't need thousands of dollars to start. The only thing to watch out for is trading fees or spreads. Some brokers charge commissions to buy or sell ETFs, so double check if yours does. If not, VTI is a fantastic option. Same portfolio, same low cost. If you're investing through a workplace retirement plan, like a 401k, sometimes your company offers institutional versions of Vanguard funds. These are typically for big dollar retirement plans, but here's what they might look like. VITPX, expense ratio 0.02%, VITNEXPENSE, or VTX, expense ratio 0.04%. All of these invest in the same stock market portfolio as VTSAXX. If you see these in your 401k, that's gold. You're still on the simple path. But what if your 401k doesn't offer Vanguard at all? Good question. Even if Vanguard isn't in your employer's plan, don't skip investing, especially if there's a company match involved. That's free money. Always grab it. Here's your checklist. Look for a low-cost index fund, ideally one that tracks the total stock market or the S&P 500. If your plan has a total bond market index fund, that's great too if you want to balance your portfolio. Target retirement funds, TRFs, can also be a solid choice, especially if you want to set it and forget it. Just check the fees. Some companies charge a lot more than others. Vanguard TRFs are pretty reasonable, around 0.14% to 0.16%, but some others are 5 to 6 times that. And remember, once you leave that job, you can roll that 401k into a Vanguard IRA. At that point, you can buy any Vanguard fund you want. For my international friends, if you're listening from outside the US, first off, welcome. Second, you might be wondering, can I even access Vanguard or US index funds? The answer is maybe. Vanguard is expanding and is available in many countries to see if your country is on the list. If not, just follow the same principles. Look for low-cost index funds. If possible, find something like a total stock market or global index fund. If you can't get a US-focused fund like VTSAX, then a worldwide index fund might be your best bet. One example is VTWSX, Vanguard Total World Stock Index. It gives you a piece of every major market, US, Europe, Asia, and beyond. The downside, its expense ratio is higher, 0.25%. But the ETF version of this global fund, VT, has a lower cost at 0.14%. That's a solid option as long as you can trade it without high commissions. Quick tip, make sure whatever international fund you choose includes the US. Some international funds are actually ex-US and exclude American stocks. That's fine if you already own US stocks, but if you don't, you're missing out on a huge part of the global economy, bringing it all home. If you take one thing from this chapter, let it be this. It's not about the brand, it's about the blueprint. The simple path to wealth is about investing in low-cost index funds, staying consistent, and letting compound growth do its thing over time, whether it's called VTSX, VTI, VITPX, or something else entirely. Just make sure you're investing in a total stock market or S&P 500 index fund, keeping costs low, watch those expense ratios, sticking to the plan, even when the market gets crazy. Final takeaway. Action step. If you can't access VTSX or Vanguard directly, don't sweat it. Just look for the next best thing, a low-cost index fund that tracks the total stock market or S&P 500. Start where you are. Use what you have. Do what you can. And remember, the vehicle isn't what gets you to wealth. It's the journey of consistent investing over time. You've got this. Stay the course. Let's keep building your simple path to wealth, one smart step at a time. Chapter 18. What's so special about Vanguard anyway? So, by now you've probably noticed that I talk about Vanguard a lot. In fact, I strongly suggest, unless you have absolutely no other choice, that you invest only with Vanguard. Now, anytime someone makes a bold recommendation like that, it naturally raises questions. Fair enough. So let's break it down. Here are the 4 most common questions I get about Vanguard, and exactly why I trust them with my money, and why you might want to as well. Hashnar 1. What makes Vanguard so special? Let's start with this. Vanguard is not just another investment company. When Jack Bogle founded it back in 1975, he flipped the whole Wall Street model on its head. Instead of creating a business designed to make a profit from investors, he created a business designed to serve them. Here's how. Unlike other investment companies, Vanguard is owned by the people who invest in its funds. That means if you own Vanguard index funds, you're not just a customer, you're technically a co-owner. Let me paint the picture. Imagine you walk into a coffee shop. Normally, you pay for your coffee, and part of that money goes toward the owner's profits. Fair enough. But what if you were the owner? What if instead of profits going to some CEO or shareholders, they came back to you as lower prices or better service? That's how Vanguard works. Other investment companies like Fidelity or T. Rowe Price are owned either by private families or by shareholders on the stock market. Their job is to make money off you through fees. The higher the fees, the more they earn. With Vanguard, there are no outside owners. You are the owner, so there's no incentive to raise fees unnecessarily. They aim to run at cost, which basically means they charge only what it takes to operate and nothing more. And this really matters. Let's talk about expense ratios for a second. These are the fees you pay just to keep your money in a mutual fund. The industry average is about 1%. Vanguard's average? Just 0.18%. That difference might sound tiny, but over 30 or 40 years, it's massive. It could mean the difference between retiring comfortably or wondering where all your money went. So yes, Vanguard is different because their interests are your interests, and that's a rare thing in the financial world. 2. Is it safe to keep all my money with one company? That's a smart question. And here's the thing. When I say I keep all my investments with Vanguard, I don't mean I'm putting my money into Vanguard the company. I'm investing in the funds they manage, like VTSAX, the Total Stock Market Index Fund, or VBTLX, the bond fund. These funds are actually separate legal entities. Think of Vanguard as the building and the mutual funds as tenants. If the building burns down, the tenants still have their own stuff, safely locked away in fireproof safes. Even if Vanguard were to vanish overnight, which is extremely unlikely, your investments wouldn't. They're held separately insured and regulated by the government through the SEC. In short, you're not trusting Vanguard with your money. You're trusting the companies in the funds like Apple, Amazon, Tesla to keep doing what they do. Vanguard is just the vehicle that gets you there efficiently. 3. But what if Vanguard gets nuked? Okay, let's take a deep breath and talk about the apocalypse. If the world ends in a nuclear disaster or a meteor hits Earth or aliens enslave us all, let's be honest, it's not just your investments that are toast. It's everything. So yes, if civilization collapses, your money won't matter. But neither will your smartphone or your 401k. At that point, you're probably bartering canned goods and flashlight batteries. Now, on a more realistic level, what if there's a cyber attack, a flood, a terrorist attack? Well, Vanguard has a full disaster recovery plan. Actually, one of the best in the business. They operate across multiple locations with multiple data centers and redundant systems that back up your information constantly. So, barring the total collapse of humanity, your money is about as safe as it can be. Patch 4. Are you getting paid to promote Vanguard? Nope. Vanguard doesn't pay me. They don't sponsor my blog. They don't even know I'm writing this book. I recommend them because I use them. I recommend them because their model makes sense. And because it works. There's no affiliate link, no secret commission, no backdoor deal. Just one person sharing what's worked in the hope that it helps others avoid the traps that Wall Street often sets. Final thoughts. Why Vanguard? Because it's built for you. Let's boil it all down. Vanguard exists to serve you, not to profit from you. Its unique structure puts your interests first. It keeps costs low, way lower than almost everyone else. It's safe, well-regulated, and designed to weather just about any storm that doesn't involve alien invasions. And most importantly, it works. If you're looking for a smart, simple, low-cost way to build wealth over time, this is it. Takeaway. If you're just getting started, open a Vanguard account. Choose a total stock market index fund like VTSAX. Set up automatic investments every month. Then stop worrying. That's the simple path to wealth. And Vanguard is the smoothest road to get there. Next up, what to do if you can't use Vanguard, like in your 401k. Don't worry, we've got you covered. Stay tuned for Chapter 19. Chapter 19, Buckets that Build Your Wealth. 401k, IRA, Roth, and more. When it comes to building wealth, knowing what to invest in is only half the story. The other half? Knowing where to put those investments. Imagine this. You've got gold coins. Awesome. But where are you storing them? In a safe? A shoebox? Under your mattress? The container matters. In the world of money, these containers are what we call investment buckets. And in the US, we've got some really special buckets, ones the government created to help you grow your money faster and smarter if you use them right. Let's break them down. What is an investment bucket? First things first, buckets like 401k, IRA, or Roth IRA are not investments themselves. They're containers, legal wrappers for the investments you choose. So when you hear someone say, I invested in a 401k, what they really mean is, I used my 401k to buy things like index funds, stocks, or bonds. So what are the two main types of buckets? 1. Ordinary buckets. Regular, taxable accounts. Nothing special here, except that Uncle Sam gets a cut every year from your earnings. 2. Tax-advantaged buckets. These are the golden goose. They help you delay or even avoid paying taxes on your investments for a long, long time. Now let's unpack these, starting with the plain old ordinary bucket. Ordinary bucket, the taxable account. Think of this as your everyday storage box. You put money in, you buy an index fund like VTSAX, you earn dividends, and you guessed it, you pay taxes on those dividends and any gains. So which investments go here? Tax-efficient ones, like index funds that don't trade much, so they don't generate a lot of taxable gains. Example, VTSAX, the classic total U.S. stock market fund. It's low turnover, pays qualified dividends, and keeps your tax bill pretty chill. Cash also belongs here, not because it's tax-friendly, but because you need quick access to it. Think emergency fund or short-term savings. Tax-advantaged buckets, where the magic happens. These are government-approved ways to grow your money without paying taxes every year. There are two big flavors. Employer-sponsored plans, like 401k, 403b, and TSP for federal workers. Individual plans, like IRAs and Roth IRAs. Let's go one by one. 401k, 403b, and TSP, Thrift Savings Plan. These are retirement accounts your job might offer. You get to put in money before taxes are taken out of your paycheck. That means you pay less in taxes today, your money grows tax deferred, you pay taxes later when you take it out in retirement. A few golden rules here. One, always get your employer's match. That's free money, like someone handing you a $100 bill just for showing up. Two, max it out if you can. In 2016, the limit was $18,000, $24,000 if over 50. Check your current year's limits. Three, watch out for fees. Some 401k plans are bloated with expensive, actively managed funds. Look for index funds with low expense ratios, ERs. Pro tip, if you leave your job, roll your 401k into an IRA. This gives you more control, lower fees, and more investment choices. Roth 401k, a newer option that's gaining traction. You put in after-tax money, you've already paid taxes on it. Your money grows tax-free, and you can withdraw it tax-free in retirement. It's like planting a tree that grows fruit for decades, and you'll never owe a dime on the harvest. But remember, you still have to follow rules about when you withdraw to avoid penalties. Had TSP, government employees, listen up. If you work for the federal government or military, you've got the TSP, Thrift Savings Plan. Think of it as a 401k on steroids. TSPs have ultra-low fees, lower than Vanguard in some years, a handful of solid index funds, easy-to-understand options like the C Fund, S&P 500, and L funds, target date funds. If you have access to a TSP, take full advantage of it. And unlike other plans, it might actually be better to leave your money in TSP after you leave your job due to the insanely low fees. Individual retirement accounts, IRAs. Now let's talk about buckets you can open on your own without your employer. There are three main types. One, deductible IRA. You contribute pre-tax money. It grows tax-free. You pay taxes when you withdraw, but eligibility depends on your income. High earners might not qualify. Two, non-deductible IRA. You contribute after-tax money. It still grows tax-deferred. You only pay taxes on the earnings when you withdraw. It's a bit more complicated and not always ideal unless you're using it as a Roth conversion ladder. More on that in a sec. However, three, Roth IRA, everyone's favorite. You contribute after-tax money. It grows tax-free. You never pay taxes again on that money, ever. Plus, there's no RMDs, required minimum distributions, flexibility for first-time home purchases and college costs, ability to withdraw contributions anytime, tax and penalty-free. Simple takeaway, Roth IRAs are amazing, but you need to be under certain income limits to contribute. Roth versus traditional. A quick thought experiment. Let's say you're in the 25% tax bracket. If you contribute $5,000 to a traditional IRA, you don't owe taxes now. But to contribute $5,000 to a Roth, you need to earn $6,250 because $1,250 goes to taxes first. That $250 could have been invested too. So while Roth sounds great, it might not always be the mathematically optimal move, especially if you don't invest the tax savings from the traditional option. But if you value simplicity, future certainty, and tax-free withdrawals, Roth is a great emotional win. A word of caution. The government can change the rules. Roth IRAs look amazing today, but tax laws aren't set in stone. Could the government start taxing Roth withdrawals in the future? Maybe. It's unlikely, but not impossible. A more likely twist could be a national sales tax, which would tax your spending even if your withdrawals are tax-free. Just something to keep in the back of your mind. My recommended order of operations. Here's a simple guide for where to put your money, step by step. 1. Max out your 401k to get the full employer match. 2. If you're in a low tax bracket, fully fund a Roth IRA. 3. If your income increases, switch to a traditional deductible IRA. 4. Let your earlier Roths keep growing quietly. 5. Finish maxing out your 401k type plan. 6. If you can't contribute to a Roth or deductible IRA, consider a non-deductible IRA. 7. Then put anything extra into a taxable investment account, ordinary bucket. One last tip, roll over wisely. When you leave a job, roll your 401k, 403b into your own IRA, unless it's a TSP. That way you get lower fees, more investment choices, full control over your money. Personally, I never liked the idea of my former employer still being involved in my finances. The minute I could roll out, I did. Final takeaway. Your investments are like seeds. Your buckets are like the soil. If you plant wisely in the right soil, you'll get bigger, better harvests. So use your buckets strategically, max out the tax advantages, and let time and compound interest do the heavy lifting. Action step. Make sure you're getting the full match in your 401k. If eligible, open or contribute to a Roth IRA. Review your old accounts. Can you roll them over to a better bucket? Chapter 20. The RMD Surprise. When the taxman comes knocking. Imagine this. One day you wake up at 70 and a half years old, vibrant, retired, and hopefully living the good life. Maybe you're sipping coffee on your porch, thinking about your next travel adventure, or simply enjoying the peace of your well-earned freedom. You've done everything right. You worked hard, saved diligently, and invested wisely. A big chunk of your wealth is likely sitting in tax-advantaged retirement accounts, IRAs, 401ks, maybe even a 403b. You've watched those accounts grow over the decades without having to pay a dime in taxes on the gains. But here's the catch. That word tax deferred, it was never a permanent freebie. It was just a delay. And now Uncle Sam is ready to collect. What are RMDs and why do they matter? At age 70 half, now 73 under current laws, but let's roll with the original idea. The government says, okay, enough waiting. It's time to start taking some money out and paying taxes on it. These mandatory withdrawals are called required minimum distributions, or RMDs, and they aren't optional. If you skip them or don't withdraw enough, the IRS doesn't just give you a slap on the wrist, they'll hit you with a 50% penalty on the amount you were supposed to withdraw. So if you missed a $10,000 RMD, they'll take $5,000. Yep, half your money. That's not a fine you want to pay. The only account that avoids RMDs, Roth IRAs. Another reason they're such a powerful tool. Why RMDs can sting, especially for wealth builders. If you've been following the simple path to wealth, chances are your retirement accounts could be worth a lot by the time you reach RMD age. And here's where the problem begins. The government's withdrawal formula might force you to pull out large amounts each year, whether you need the money or not. And since these withdrawals count as taxable income, they could push you into higher tax brackets. That means you'll not only owe taxes, but you might owe a lot of them. Let's look at a hypothetical. Scenario, someone born in 1945 has $1,000 in their retirement account. Assuming an 8% return, here's what their RMDs might look like. At age 70, $39,000. At 75, $57,000. At 80, $82,000. At 85, $116,000. At 90, $154,000. Even as they're withdrawing big sums, their account keeps growing because the remaining balance is still invested. Sounds good, right? But here's the downside. Every dollar withdrawn is taxed, and large RMDs can easily push someone into a higher tax bracket, especially when combined with Social Security, pensions, or other income streams. Understanding the tax brackets. Let's simplify tax brackets using a stair-step analogy. Imagine your income fills up buckets. The first bucket is taxed at 10%, the next one at 15%, then 25%, and so on. You don't pay the same rate on your entire income, only on the portion that spills into the higher buckets. So even if your RMD pushes you into a new bracket, only the amount that goes over the threshold gets taxed at that higher rate. Still, when your RMDs get big, you could end up with a serious tax bill every single year. Can you avoid this ugly surprise? Maybe not entirely, but you can manage it. Let's talk strategy. 1. Use the retirement tax window. If you retire before 70 half, there's often a sweet spot between your last paycheck and your first RMD. During these years, your income might be low, and that's a golden opportunity. Let's say you retire at 60. You've got about a 10-year window to intentionally withdraw money from your traditional IRA or 401k while you're in a lower tax bracket, say 15% instead of 25% or higher later. Even better, move those withdrawals into a Roth IRA. That's called a Roth conversion. And while you'll pay taxes now, the money grows tax-free forever, and you'll never have to take RMDs from it. 2. Be proactive, not reactive. Don't wait for the IRS to force your hand. Sit down with a tax planner or financial advisor and run some numbers. Use online RMD calculators, like those from Vanguard, Fidelity, or T. Rowe Price, to estimate your future distributions and taxes. You might find that it makes sense to shrink your traditional accounts before age 70 half by converting portions to Roth or simply taking withdrawals while taxes are still relatively low. A quick example. Let's break it down with a simple real-world example. Retired couple, married, both age 60, income from investments, $50,000, room in 15% tax bracket, up to $96,000. Strategy. They can withdraw or convert up to $46,000 more to reach $96,000 and only pay 15% in taxes. That's a win. They reduce their future RMDs, shift money into a Roth, and lock in a low tax rate, all before Uncle Sam tightens the rules at 70 half. So what should you do? It all boils down to being aware and planning ahead. There's no one-size-fits-all answer. But here's what matters. Know about RMDs before they surprise you. Use low-income years to your advantage. Consider partial Roth conversions early. Watch your tax brackets and plan accordingly. Don't ignore the penalties. Missing RMDs is expensive. Final takeaway action step. If you're within 10 to 15 years of retirement, look at your tax-deferred accounts. Use an RMD calculator to see what your withdrawals could look like and start planning now. The earlier you act, the more flexibility you have, and the less of a tax bite you'll feel later. Your financial freedom isn't just about saving and investing, it's also about smart withdrawal planning. Master that, and you'll be way ahead of the game. Chapter 21, HSAs, your secret weapon for wealth, not just medical bills. Imagine this. There's a financial account out there that gives you a tax break when you put money in, lets your money grow tax-free, and then, even better, lets you take that money out without paying a penny in taxes, as long as it's for medical expenses. Sounds too good to be true, right? Well, welcome to the world of HSAs, health savings accounts. But here's the twist. HSAs aren't just about covering medical bills. They can also be one of the most powerful and underrated tools in your wealth-building toolbox. Let's unpack this together. The rise of high deductible plans. In the old days, most insurance plans had low deductibles. You got sick, your insurance kicked in, and life moved on. But as healthcare costs have exploded, insurers had to make changes. So more and more people are now being offered high deductible health plans, which means you're responsible for a bigger chunk of your medical costs up front, often $5,000 to $10,000 or more per year. Sounds scary? Here's the upside. These plans usually come with lower monthly premiums and open the door to something incredibly valuable, an HSA. So, what exactly is an HSA? Think of an HSA like an IRA for healthcare, but with a few unique superpowers. As of now, you can contribute up to $3,850 per year if you're an individual, $750 per year for families, and if you're 55 or older, you can add another $1,000 on top. Here's where it gets exciting. 1. Tax-deductible contributions. The money you put in reduces your taxable income. 2. Tax-free growth. Invest your HSA in things like low-cost index funds, think VTSAX and all that growth, completely tax-free. 3. Tax-free withdrawals. When you use it for qualified medical expenses, you don't pay a dime in taxes pulling the money out. Yes, that's triple tax advantaged. There's literally no other account that does all three. Real-life analogy. Your HSA is like a secret garden picture. Your HSA like a garden. You plant seeds, your contributions, and with time, sunshine, aka compound interest and patience, it grows. The best part? When you need it. Say for a root canal or eye surgery, you just harvest what you need and the rest keeps growing. Or even better, what if you didn't harvest it at all? The power move. Use your HSA like a stealth IRA. Here's where the real strategy kicks in. Let's say you've got a high deductible health plan and qualify for an HSA. You fully fund it every year. But instead of using it for today's medical bills, you pay those bills out of pocket if you can afford to and save the receipts. Why? Because as long as you've got the documentation, you can reimburse yourself later, even years or decades down the line. So in the meantime, your HSA money stays invested, quietly growing tax-free. When you're ready, say you're 55, 60, 70, you can pull out that money using the old receipts, and boom, a tax-free payday. It's like giving your future self a refund. And here's the cherry on top. Once you hit age 65, you can use your HSA for anything, not just medical expenses. You'll just pay regular income tax like a traditional IRA, but no penalties. HSA versus FSA, don't get them confused. Quick note, an HSA is not the same as an FSA, flexible spending account. With an FSA, it's use it or lose it. If you don't spend the money you contributed that year, it disappears. With an HSA, your money rolls over forever. It's yours, just like your Roth or 401k. Key benefits at a glance. Let's break it down one more time. Use pre-tax dollars to fund your HSA. Invest the money and let it grow tax-free. Withdraw tax-free if it's for qualified medical expenses. Keep your money forever. No forced spending each year. Pay for your spouse's and dependents' medical expenses. After age 65, withdraw for anything, just like an IRA. Pass it to your spouse tax-free if you die. It's like getting the best of a Roth and a traditional IRA all rolled into one. That's not just smart finance, it's financial ninja level strategy. Action step, how to use this in real life. 1. Get a high deductible health plan if it makes sense for you and is available. 2. Open an HSA, preferably one that allows you to invest, not just park the money in cash. 3. Fully fund it every year, even if you have other investment accounts. 4. Pay out of pocket for smaller medical bills, if you can, and save those receipts. 5. Invest your HSA funds in something long-term, like index funds. 6. Let it grow quietly, like a hidden retirement backup plan. Final takeaway. Your HSA isn't just a piggy bank for prescriptions. It's a powerhouse investment account hiding in plain sight. If you've got access to one, don't just use it to pay medical bills. Turn it into your secret weapon for early retirement, health freedom, and long-term wealth. You'll thank yourself years from now, especially when your money is working for you, even while you're lying on a beach or hiking a mountain, healthy, happy, and financially free. Stay smart, stay intentional, and remember, wealth isn't just about what you earn. It's about what you keep, grow, and use wisely. Let your HSA do the heavy lifting. Chapter 22, Putting the Simple Path to Wealth into Action. Let's get real for a minute. We've covered a lot in this book: how to think about money, how to invest, what to avoid, and how to build your path to financial independence. But you might be wondering, okay, sounds good on paper, but how do I actually do this in real life? That's a fair question. And instead of giving you vague ideas or just more theory, in this chapter, we're going to walk through a real-life example, a case study. A young man, just 26 years old, reached out and asked, "How do I put all this into action?" His story will show you how the simple path can be applied step by step. Let's meet him. Meet the case study, 26, debt-free, and ready to build wealth. Here's what he shared. He just graduated college. He landed a solid job earning $70,000 a year. He has zero debt, no student loans, no credit card debt. He's saving 24% of his income, building up an emergency fund. And he wants to start investing. His grandparents had the foresight to set up an investment account when he was born. Today, that account has grown to $35,000, although it's been managed by a financial advisor and spread across 12 different mutual funds, some better than others. He wants to take control. He's considering moving everything into VTSAX, Vanguard's total stock market index fund, and even starting a Roth IRA. He's contributing to his 403b plan at work, and his employer matches 2.5%. Smart, right? Now he's asking, how do I put all the pieces together? What goes where? How do taxes work? Should I invest every month or wait? Let's break it down. First things first, gratitude. Before we jump into numbers, let's pause and give a round of applause to his grandparents. They didn't just give money. They gave this young man a head start in life, a $35,000 gift that will one day bloom into millions if handled right. So if someone helped you get a head start, a parent, grandparent, mentor, take them to dinner. Say thank you. Seriously, generosity like that deserves recognition. The foundation, let's look at what he's got. $35,000 in an investment account, $70,000 salary, saving 24% of his income, $16,800 a year, no debt, 403b plan with employer match, wants to open a Roth IRA and invest in VTSAX. Sounds like he's already winning. Now let's help him build a strategy to grow his wealth. Step 1, pick the right investment. He's interested in VTSAX, and that's the perfect choice. VTSX is Vanguard's total stock market index fund. When you own it, you own a tiny piece of almost every publicly traded company in the US, from Apple to Starbucks to small town banks. It's low cost, diversified, and simple. Just one fund gives you exposure to the entire US stock market. And since many of these companies operate internationally, you even get some global exposure baked in. It's the only fund he needs right now. Step 2. Know your buckets. Now that we've picked the investment, let's figure out where to put it. Think of your investment accounts like buckets. Each has its own rules and tax advantages. Number 1. 403B, the employer plan. This is like a 401k, but for nonprofit or public sector employees. He's putting in 3% and his employer matches 2.5%. That's free money. Never leave it on the table. He should keep contributing to his 403b and choose VTSX if it's available. It's tax deferred, meaning he doesn't pay taxes now. He'll pay later in retirement. 2. IRA, personal retirement account. Next up, he should max out his IRA. In 2025, the limit is $6,500 or $7,500 if you're 50 plus. This gives more tax advantages and flexibility in investment choices. He can open one at Vanguard and choose VTSX or VTSMX, a version with a lower minimum investment. 3. Ordinary brokerage account. No tax breaks, but flexible. This is where his $35,000 currently lives. When he sells the mutual funds to move to VTSX, he might owe some capital gains taxes. But honestly, the amount is small compared to the long-term benefits. Don't let taxes paralyze you. Plus, this account is fully liquid, no age limits or penalties. Great for early retirement access or other big goals. Step 3. Automate your contributions. After he finishes building his emergency fund, he'll have $1,000 per month to invest. Here's what he can do. 1. Automatically contribute to his 403b each paycheck. 2. Set up auto transfers to his IRA and brokerage account with Vanguard. 3. Don't worry about timing the market. Just invest consistently. This is called dollar cost averaging, and it's powerful because it removes emotion from the process. Automation is like setting your GPS. You only need to input the destination once. After that, the car knows where to go. Option 1, 24% savings rate. Let's run some numbers. He's saving 24% of $70,000 equals $16,800 per year, $2,100 into the 403b, plus employer adds about $750, $5,500 into the IRA, $9,200 left. He can invest this in his 403b or in the brokerage account. Now, just the $35,000 from his grandparents alone, if invested in VTSX and left alone for 40 years, could grow to over $2 million, even without adding another penny. Add in his annual contributions, and the results are massive. That's the magic of compound growth. Think of it like a snowball rolling downhill, gathering more and more as it goes. Option 2, 50% savings rate. Now, let's say he gets serious and decides to save half his income, $35,000 per year, $2,100 to 403b, match added by employer, $5,500 to IRA, $15,900 to max out the rest of his 403b, remaining $11,500 into his brokerage account. This is the rocket fuel of wealth building. If he does this, he'll hit financial independence faster, maybe even by his mid-30s. Living on $35,000 might sound tough, but it's actually more than what 99% of the world lives on. If he can live simply now, his future self will thank him in a big way. Lifestyle inflation, the silent killer. One more tip, when your salary increases, don't increase your lifestyle. Increase your savings instead. That $200 a month raise, put it toward investments. Over time, you won't even feel it, but your bank account will. Build the habit of living on less now, and wealth becomes automatic. Final takeaway, keep it simple. Stay the course. This case study proves something powerful. You don't need a fancy degree in finance to build wealth. You just need discipline, a good plan, and the patience to let time do its thing. Pick one great fund, VTSX. Use your tax-advantaged accounts, 403b, IRA, automate your contributions, live below your means, stay consistent. That's it. That's the simple path to wealth in action. And one day, if you follow it, you might find yourself setting up $35,000 accounts for your grandkids, just like his grandparents did for him. Action step. If you haven't yet, open your investment accounts today. Start with one, a Roth IRA with Vanguard. Fund it with whatever you can afford. Automate it, choose VTSX, set it, forget it. Let time do the rest. You're on the path now, keep walking. Chapter 23, Why I Don't Like Investment Advisors. Let's talk about something that might ruffle a few feathers, but needs to be said. Investment advisors. Now, on the surface, they seem like the heroes of the financial world: suits, charts, confidence, and promises of financial freedom. But here's the truth most people don't hear. The vast majority of investment advisors will cost you more than they help you. That's not a personal attack, it's just how the system works. The big business of your money. Managing other people's money is a huge industry. We're talking billions of dollars, and it's incredibly lucrative for the people doing the managing. Why? Because money to most people feels complicated, intimidating, overwhelming. So we do what feels safe. We hand it off to someone who knows better. But here's the twist. Investing doesn't have to be complicated. In fact, the simpler your approach, the better your results are likely to be. And guess what? Simplicity doesn't make advisors rich. Complexity does. That's why the financial industry works hard to convince you that you need them, that without their guidance, you'll mess it all up. But with a little knowledge, and we're talking plain, everyday knowledge, you can outperform most of the so-called pros, especially if you stick to low-cost index funds. Let's pull back the curtain. Who are we talking about? When I say investment advisors, I'm casting a wide net. That includes brokers, money managers, financial planners, insurance agents who pose as advisors, and anyone else who earns a living managing your money. Are there honest, hardworking advisors out there who truly put your interests first? Maybe, but they're rarer than a unicorn at a poker game. Because here's the real issue. Hashtag, their interests are not aligned with yours. By design, advisors make more money by recommending investments that cost you more. Expensive mutual funds, complicated insurance products, hedge funds, private placements, annuities, you name it. What pays them the most? Usually what benefits you the least. And unless there's some kind of financial saint, it's just human nature to choose the option that pays better, especially when the client can't tell the difference. Even well-meaning advisors can give terrible advice. And sadly, some aren't well-meaning at all. Just Google Bernie Madoff if you want a chilling reminder of what happens when you hand over control to the wrong person. Let's break down how advisors get paid. There are 4 main ways advisors earn their money, and all of them come with red flags. Number 1, commissions, aka loads. This is the oldest trick in the book. An advisor gets paid every time you buy or sell a specific investment. These are called load fees. Let's say you want to invest $10,000. If your advisor puts you into a fund with a 5.75% commission, and yes, these are still very common, $575 goes straight into their pocket. Only $9,425 gets invested. And you know what? Vanguard index funds, like the legendary VTSX, don't pay commissions. Which one do you think they'll recommend? Worse, some funds charge a recurring 1% fee every year, just for holding them. Combine that with a high expense ratio, and your investment is bleeding money before it even gets started. Here's a quick example. 5.75% front-end commission, 1% annual advisor fee, 1.5% fund expense ratio. That's 8.25% in costs before your money even has a chance to grow. Meanwhile, VTSX charges 0.5%. Let that sink in. Oh, and don't even get me started on insurance products like annuities or whole life insurance. They often pay advisors 10% commissions buried deep in the fine print. You won't see it, but you'll feel it. 2. Assets under management, AUM. This model feels more professional. You hand over your portfolio and the advisor takes 1 to 2% every year. That sounds small, right? But wait, if you invested $100,000 for 20 years and earned 11.9% annually, the market average from 1975 to 2015, you'd end up with around $947,000. Now take off 2% per year for advisor fees. You end up with $660,000. That's a difference of nearly $287,000. Gone. That's money you could have used to buy a home, retire early, or pay for your kids' education. Instead, it's sitting in someone else's bank account. Worse still, this model creates subtle conflicts of interest. Your advisor may discourage you from paying off a mortgage or helping your kid through college because it shrinks the amount they manage and their fee. 3. Hourly rates. This is the most transparent option. You pay for the time, like hiring a lawyer or a therapist. No hidden fees, no commissions. But it still comes with challenges. Rates often run $200 to $300 per hour. You still don't know if the advice is any good, and frankly, most people don't want to pay someone by the hour for something they don't fully understand. Still, if you must hire help, this is the model I'd recommend. 4. Some combo of the above. And finally, we have the Frankenstein advisors, those who blend commissions, AUM fees, and hourly charges into a beautiful money making cocktail. Guess who benefits? Not you. So, what's the solution? People often ask, how do I find a good advisor? Here's the honest answer: I don't know. Finding a good advisor is harder than picking a winning stock. And even if you found one, they'd probably still steer you toward actively managed funds that underperform the market. Why? Because that's how the system works. As we covered in Chapter 8, only a tiny fraction of actively managed funds beat the market over the long term. We're talking less than 1% over 30 years. Statistically, that's just noise. So why pay someone big bucks to pick them? Your best option: learn it yourself. You've got two paths. One, learn how to pick an advisor. Two, learn how to pick your own investments. Both take time, both require learning. But the second one is easier, cheaper, and gives you better results. That's the simple path to wealth we've been talking about all along, and it's right at your fingertips. Let's wrap it up. The financial world wants you to believe it's too complex for you to understand, that you need an expert in a fancy suit to handle your money. But here's the truth: you are fully capable of managing your own financial future. You can learn the basics of index investing. You can automate your savings. You can avoid the sharks in suits who charge big fees for little value, and you can do it all with confidence. Takeaway action step: if you're considering hiring an advisor, pause. First, take just a few hours to learn how to invest in simple, low-cost index funds like VTSX. Compare that to the cost and outcome of using an advisor. Once you do, you'll probably never look back, because no one, and I mean no one, will care for your money more than you. And the truth is, you've got this. Chapter 24, Jack Bogle and the Truth About Index Funds. Imagine you've spent years trying to build wealth, working hard, saving diligently, and even diving into investing. But despite your best efforts, your money just doesn't seem to grow the way you expected. That was me. Looking back, if I had to pinpoint the single biggest mistake I made on my journey to financial independence, it would be this: I ignored index funds for way too long, and honestly, that one stubborn mistake cost me thousands, possibly hundreds of thousands of dollars in potential wealth. Why? Because I believed all the myths. I argued against index funds. I thought I could do better. I was convinced I was smarter than the market. Turns out, I was just echoing the same bad advice Wall Street has been feeding us for decades. The man who changed the game. Let's talk about Jack Bogle. He's not just the founder of Vanguard, he's the man who revolutionized investing for the average person. Before Bogle came along in the 1970s, the financial world was pretty much a rigged game. Wall Street made money whether you did or not. Fancy suits would sell you complicated funds, charge high fees, and leave you wondering why your portfolio barely moved while theirs kept growing. Then Jack Bogle flipped the entire system on its head. He said, "What if, instead of trying to beat the market, we just own the whole market?" Crazy, right? Actually, it was brilliant. Bogle created the first low-cost S&P 500 index fund, a fund that didn't try to guess which stocks would win or lose, but simply bought a tiny piece of every major U.S. company. No guessing, no gambling, just steady, reliable growth. Wall Street hated him for it. They mocked him, ridiculed him, even called his idea un-American. But guess what? He was right. And over the next 4 decades, the results proved it again and again. So what is an index fund? Think of it like this. Imagine you're at a buffet with 500 dishes. You could try to pick the 3 or 4 best ones, hoping they'll fill you up and taste amazing. Or you could just take a spoonful of everything and guarantee yourself a full plate. Every time. That's what an S&P 500 index fund does. Instead of betting on individual winners, it gives you a slice of the entire market, 500 of the biggest, most successful companies in America. Some will go up, some will go down. But overall, the trend is up. Slow, steady, predictable growth. No guesswork. No drama. The truth Wall Street doesn't want you to know. Now, here's the kicker. The reason most people still don't invest in index funds is not because they don't work. It's because there's a massive industry built on convincing you they don't. Actively managed mutual funds, stock picking gurus, flashy new ETFs, complex financial products, they exist for one reason: to make money for the people selling them, not for you. There are more mutual funds in the US than there are actual stocks to buy. Think about that. That's not innovation, that's marketing. Meanwhile, quietly and consistently, index funds keep delivering long-term returns that beat over 90% of those flashy, high-fee alternatives. Even Warren Buffett, yes, that Warren Buffett, has said that when he's gone, the money he leaves for his wife should go mostly into one simple thing: a low-cost S&P 500 index fund, and he specifically recommended Vanguard. Why people still bash index funds? So, if the evidence is so clear, why does anyone still argue against indexing? It comes down to three things: greed, ego, and psychology. 1. Greed. Wall Street makes billions from selling you complexity. If everyone switched to index funds, their gravy train would derail. 2. Ego. Some people just need to believe they can beat the market. It makes them feel smart, even when the data says otherwise. 3. Psychology. We're wired to believe that more activity equals better results. But in investing, the opposite is true. Doing less often leads to more. The bottom line. Jack Bogle world a gift. The ability to build real wealth without needing to be an expert, without needing insider info, and without paying a fortune in fees. He believed financial companies should exist to serve their customers, not exploit them. And Vanguard, still the only major investment company built entirely around that principle. That's why I invest with them. That's why I recommend you do too. Dakesh. If you do nothing else after hearing this, do this. Open an account at Vanguard. Put your money in a low-cost S&P 500 index fund like VTSAX or VFIAX. Then leave it alone. Let time, compound interest, and the genius of Jack Bogle do the rest. Remember, you don't need to outsmart the market. You just need to stop letting it outsmart you. Keep it simple. Stay the course, and let your wealth grow while you sleep. Chapter 25, Why I Can't Pick Winning Stocks. Let's be honest, everyone loves the idea of picking a winning stock. It's exciting, it's hopeful, and hey, it feels like just maybe, with a little research and intuition, you'll land the next Apple or Amazon before it takes off. But here's the truth I learned the hard way. I can't reliably pick winning stocks, and neither can you. Before you get discouraged, let me say this. That doesn't make you any less smart, driven, or capable. Even the professionals, the ones with degrees, data, and decades of experience, get it wrong all the time. Let me take you back to the late 80s, when I was sure I could beat the market. I believed if I just avoided the obvious losers, I'd come out ahead. That was the strategy. Then one day, on a business flight, I sat next to a guy who worked for a high-level investment research firm. We hit it off. By the time we landed, I had 3 hot stock tips and a job offer. I picked one of the stocks at random, and wouldn't you know it, the thing tripled in a few weeks. I was hooked. I left a comfortable, well-paying job and took a massive pay cut to join the firm. Why? Because I thought the real money was in the flow of information. I thought I'd found the secret sauce. And I wasn't alone. This firm was packed with some of the brightest analysts in the business, people who were named Analyst of the Year in major financial publications. Each of them specialized in just one or two industries. They didn't just read about companies, they lived them. They knew everything: who the executives were, how the sales teams operated, what customers wanted, what suppliers were saying, and even what the receptionist thought of the new management. They talked to these people daily. You'd think with that level of inside and out knowledge, they'd be unbeatable. But here's the catch. They weren't getting secret information. That's illegal, and it's called insider trading. They only knew when and how information would be released. And just like that, the second any real news hit the public, the stock price adjusted within moments. The edge was razor thin, if it existed at all. Even with their brilliance, their reports, and their deep research, predicting stock performance remained elusive. Now, let's break it down even further. If you've ever worked in a big company, you'll get this. Forecasting in corporations is a game of guesses stacked on guesses. The sales team guesses what customers might buy. Their managers review those guesses and maybe tweak them based on gut feelings. Then upper management adjusts again to make the numbers look good for Wall Street. It's like trying to predict the weather by asking someone who's never been outside. These guesses turn into official forecasts, but they're really just stories told with spreadsheets. So if the executives themselves don't even have a solid grip on the future of their own company, how are we, as outside investors, supposed to? That was a humbling moment for me. I realized that reading a few books and scanning some financial reports didn't mean I had a crystal ball. I wasn't smarter than the professionals. I wasn't even playing the same game. Even the most celebrated fund managers rarely beat the market consistently over time. And when they do, it's often luck, not skill. You've probably heard people say, just read The Intelligent Investor by Benjamin Graham. Do your own analysis. You can be the next Warren Buffett. Well, here's something most people don't know. That book was written in 1949, a time before index funds even existed. The financial landscape was completely different. Even Benjamin Graham himself, later in life, warmed up to indexing. Warren Buffett, he recommends low-cost index funds for 99% of investors. Why? Because they work. Because they're simple. Because they don't rely on guesswork or ego. Let me paint a picture. Imagine someone watching old Muhammad Ali fight footage, hiring the same trainer, eating the same meals, and thinking, yeah, I could do that. But would you step into the ring with Joe Frazier or George Foreman? I wouldn't. And I loved boxing. That's the same kind of fantasy people buy into when they can outsmart the market. You can do the training, read the books, watch the moves, but replicating greatness isn't just about knowing the moves, it's about being something rare. There's only one Ali. Only one Buffett. If you want to try beating the market, I sincerely wish you the best of luck. I really do, but I won't be joining you in that fight. When I see someone at a Vegas blackjack table who swears they've cracked the code, I nod politely, then look up at the billion-dollar casino and think, yeah, sure you did. It's not about being smart or savvy. It's about knowing the game is rigged, not illegally, just structurally, against individual stock pickers. So what's the smarter move? Embrace index investing. Own the whole market. Let the market work for you instead of trying to beat it. Takeaway. You don't need to pick winners. You just need to own the market. Skip the guesswork. Ditch the ego. Invest in a low-cost, broad-based index fund like VTX or an S&P 500 ETF, and keep investing steadily. Simple, reliable, stress-free. That's how real wealth is built. Chapter 26. Why I don't like dollar-cost averaging and what to do instead. Let's talk about a scenario we'd all love to face. Imagine you come into a big chunk of money, maybe from an inheritance, the sale of a business, or even a lucky lottery ticket. Suddenly, you've got $100,000 or more just sitting there, waiting to be invested. Now what? You've read the books. You know, index funds like VTSX are your ticket to long-term wealth. But now that you're holding this much cash, it feels risky to dump it all in at once. What if the market crashes the day after you invest? Cue the common advice, just dollar cost average it. That sounds safe, right? Well, not so fast. Let's break it down in simple terms. What is dollar cost averaging, DCA? Dollar cost averaging means you don't invest all your money at once. Instead, you divide it into equal parts and invest slowly over time. Let's say you've got $120,000. You decide to invest $10,000 every month for the next 12 months. That way, if the market drops after your first investment, you've still got cash on the sidelines ready to buy the dip. Sounds like a smart move, right? Sure, if the market actually does drop. But what if it goes up instead? Then you end up paying more and more for each batch of shares, and that hurts your long-term gains. Why I'm not a fan of dollar cost averaging. Here's the truth. DCA is basically a hedge against fear. It's what we do when we're scared of the market falling. But the market has a history of rising far more often than it falls. From 1970 to 2013, the market was up in 33 out of 43 years. That's 77% of the time. So when you DCA, you're essentially betting on the less likely outcome that the market will drop while you're investing your money. Let's break down the problems with DCA. One, you're betting against the odds. You're by DCAing, you're hoping the market will drop so you can buy in cheaper. But the odds, only 23% of the time does that happen. That means 77% of the time, the market will rise, and you'll end up paying more for your shares. Two, it's just market timing in disguise. When you DCA, what you're really saying is, I think the market is too high right now, so I'll wait. But we've already talked about this. Market timing doesn't work. Nobody can predict the perfect time to jump in, not even the pros. Hyperzinnish French 3, it messes up your asset allocation. When you DCA, a big portion of your money stays in cash while you're waiting to invest. That temporarily shifts your allocation toward cash, even if that's not your actual strategy. If you're not careful, you're no longer following the plan you thought you were. Hair 4, longer DCA period equals higher risk of missing gains. If you stretch your DCA plan over a long time, say a year or more, you increase the chance that the market will keep rising while you're still on the sidelines. That's money not working for you when it could have been growing. 5, the market could still drop after you're fully invested. Here's the kicker. Even after you've slowly invested everything over months, the market could still drop the very next day. So DCA doesn't protect you forever. It just delays the inevitable emotional roller coaster. French fracking go. So what should you do instead? Let's go back to the basics. There are really two stages of your financial journey. One, wealth accumulation phase. This is when you're actively working and building wealth. You're likely investing part of your paycheck every month. Guess what? That is a form of dollar cost averaging, but it's different. Why? Because you're investing as you earn, not by choice, but by circumstance. You don't have a lump sum, so DCA is baked into your lifestyle. But if you do suddenly receive a big pile of money, invest it all at once. Get that money working for you now, not later. Let compound interest do its magic starting today. 2. Wealth preservation phase. Here, you've already built a good financial cushion. You've likely shifted to a more conservative mix of stocks and bonds. Bonds act like shock absorbers when the market gets rough. So if you get a lump sum now, invest it according to your asset allocation. Let that mix do its job. No need to drag it out. But what if you're just too nervous? Let's be real. Sometimes the idea of investing a big sum all at once is just too overwhelming. If that's you, and you know you'll lose sleep over it, go ahead and DCA. It's not the end of the world. Just be honest with yourself. You're choosing comfort over optimization, and that's okay. But it's a psychological decision, not a financial one. And knowing why you're doing something is half the battle. Final takeaway. If you've got a lump sum to invest, the most effective move is to invest it all at once. Let your money start growing immediately. But if fear is stopping you, DCA is a decent backup plan. Just remember, the market goes up more often than it goes down. Time in the market beats timing the market, and every day your cash sits idle, it's missing the chance to grow. Action step. If you receive a large sum of money, take a deep breath, then invest it all at once in a low-cost index fund like VTSAX, unless your risk tolerance truly demands a slower approach. Your future self will thank you. Chapter 27. How to be a stock market guru and get on CNBC. Let's say you wake up one morning, sip your coffee, and decide, you know what? I'm going to be a Wall Street guru. Maybe I'll even end up on CNBC. Sounds fun, right? Well, believe it or not, getting there isn't all that complicated. It's not about secret formulas, insider knowledge, or even being consistently right. Nope. It's mostly about one thing: sounding confident when you make bold predictions. Let me take you back to a time before cable news dominated everything, when people still trusted PBS for their weekly dose of Wall Street wisdom. Every Friday night, a host named Louis Rukeyser would lead a show called Wall Street Week. It was part financial commentary, part comedy, and all charm. Louis had this great style. He'd break down the week's market moves, this joke about the latest financial panic, then invite on a panel of gurus to share their takes on where the market was headed. Two of the regulars always stood out to me. Abby Joseph Cohen, who was always bullish. No matter what, she believed the market was going up. Marty Zweig, who seemed permanently worried. He always thought the market was on the brink of collapse. Together, they represented the two extremes, optimism and fear. And that was kind of the point. Every week, Lewis made sure to include experts with totally different takes. That way, no matter what happened in the market next, at least one of them would look like a genius. And here's the kicker: being right once is often all it takes to become famous. The secret behind market gurus. Every year, Louis would ask his guests to predict the high, the low, and the final level of the market for the coming year. He always followed it up with a wink and a reminder that even the experts can be wrong. And they were, a lot. But when someone did get it right, even if by pure luck, they were celebrated. They looked brilliant, insightful, almost prophetic, and just like that, they'd be invited back again and again. Let's be honest, this is how most financial gurus are made, not through genius, but by confidently predicting something extreme, then waiting until luck swings in their favor. So you want to be a guru? Okay, you're still in? You want to be the next market legend? Maybe get your face on CNBC? Well then, here's a tongue-in-cheek 7-step plan for getting there. Step 1, make a bold, dramatic prediction. It doesn't have to be right, just shocking. Say the market will crash 40% in the next 3 months, or that it'll double. Either works. But if you want more attention, predict a crash. Fear sells. Step 2, make sure it's time-stamped. Write a blog post, tweet it, record a video, get it out there with a clear date. Step 3, when it doesn't happen, and it probably won't, wait. Be patient. Don't say much. Let it fade. Step 4, repeat steps 1 to 3. Eventually, the market will do something dramatic. It always does. And if your prediction happens to match reality, boom, you're a genius. Step 5, issue your press release. Market plunges, just as insert your name predicted. Step 6, clear your calendar. The media wants to talk to you. Step 7, don't forget to send me 15% of your new guru earnings as my agent fee. Just kidding, unless you actually make it big. The catch. Now, here's what they don't tell you. Once you get famous for a big call, people will expect you to keep being right. Every word you say will be analyzed, quoted, and judged. And the moment you're wrong publicly, dramatically, you'll be mocked, discredited, forgotten. Unless you're smart with your money and walk away before they catch on. So, what's the point? This whole chapter isn't really about how to become a media personality. It's a warning. Don't take financial predictions too seriously, even when they come from so-called experts on TV. Because here's the truth. At any given moment, someone is predicting every possible outcome for the market. Up, down, sideways, boom, bust. And one of them will be right, by accident. That doesn't make them wise. It makes them lucky. The real path to wealth? It's not chasing predictions. It's not trying to time the market. It's investing in low-cost index funds consistently over time. It's staying the course even when the headlines scream otherwise. It's tuning out the noise and focusing on what actually works. Final takeaway. Forget being a guru. Be a long-term investor. Let others chase headlines. You chase freedom. Stick to the simple path. Save consistently, invest in index funds, and give your money time to grow. That's how real wealth is built. Action step. Turn off the TV. Skip the financial news for a week. Instead, set up automatic investments into a low-cost index fund like VSAX or an S&P 500 ETF. Then go enjoy your life. Let your money do the work. You don't need to predict the future. You just need to own it. Chapter 28. Yes, you can be conned. Let's get real for a second. It doesn't matter how smart you are, how many degrees you've earned, or how good you are with money. You can be conned. I can be conned. We all can. That's not a knock on intelligence. It's just how good cons work. Let me tell you a story. Not too long ago, I found myself in a tough conversation with the widow of an old friend. Before he passed away, he had asked me to help look out for her a bit, especially when it came to finances. He had worked hard, built up about $2 million, and wanted to make sure she was okay. That money was his final act of love, his way of saying, "You'll be taken care of." But he had one big worry. She believed in the idea of a free lunch. Get something for nothing kind of offers. She was the kind of person who'd jump at a free cell phone, not realizing it locked her into another 2-year contract. Small stuff, maybe, but it was a red flag. Because here's the hard truth. The world is full of financial predators, and nothing attracts a shark faster than the smell of money mixed with naivety. When I gently tried to warn her about the dangers of scams, she said something that made me raise my voice. "Don't worry. I can't be conned. And right there, I had to tell her the truth, maybe a little too bluntly. That's the first rule of being conned. The moment you think it can't happen to you, it already has. The stock tip scam. Let me walk you through a brilliant little scam, the kind even smart people fall for. You get an email or letter from a polite investment advisor. He's not pushy, just offers you a little tip on a stock, says it might go up soon. You don't invest, but you watch it out of curiosity. And guess what? It does go up, just like he said. Next week, he sends you another tip, this time a stock that's about to go down. Again, he nails it, and again and again. You're impressed. You start to trust him. Maybe you even try one of his tips and make money. Then comes an invite. Dinner at a fancy restaurant with a few serious investors like yourself. At the dinner, he's charming, not salesy, just confident. He mentions, almost as an afterthought, that there are a few slots left in his elite investment pool. No pressure. But of course, they'll be gone by tomorrow. You're hooked. How could you not trust him? But here's the trick. He sent that first stock tip to 1,000 people. Half were told the stock would go up. The other half were told it would go down. Naturally, 500 people saw him be right. He sends the next tip to those 500. Half are right again, then 250, then 125, and so on. By the sixth tip, 15 or so people have seen him nail it every time. And those 15, they're ready to throw money at him. It's pure illusion, crafted with math and manipulation. A magic trick built on probability. The 5 rules to avoid getting conned. So how do you protect yourself? Here are 5 rules you need to remember. Tattoo them on your brain. Rule number 1, everyone is vulnerable. Even smart people, especially smart people who think they're too smart to fall for a scam. Confidence makes you a target. Rule number 2, you're most vulnerable in your area of expertise. Yep, because you feel comfortable, confident, and that's when your guard is down. Madoff conned finance pros, not rookies. They thought they'd see it coming. Rule number 3, con artists look trustworthy. They're not shady characters with shifty eyes. They're often charming, kind, even respectable. That's the point. If they looked like scammers, you wouldn't fall for it. Rule number 4, most of what they say is true. The best lies are wrapped in truth. The dangerous part is buried in the fine print or brushed over so smoothly you barely notice. Rule number 5, if it sounds too good to be true, it is, always, no exceptions. Your mom taught you this when you were 5. She was right. Why this matters most, people imagine cons as obvious, like the old Nigerian prince email or the guy offering driveway repairs for cash. And yes, those are cons, but they're not the ones you really need to worry about. The real danger comes from the clever ones, the ones that don't look like scams, the ones that prey on good people, smart people, lonely people, the ones that seem too professional, too smooth, too perfect. That's what my friend was scared of when he left his wife that money. Not that she'd get scammed by a guy in a trench coat, but by someone in a tailored suit with a kind smile and a dinner invitation. A final word. If you haven't already, talk to your partner or spouse about this. Not later. Not someday. Now, set up your finances in a way that's simple, transparent, and low risk. That's why I love index funds. They're easy to understand and they don't need babysitting. If something happens to me, I want my wife to feel confident, not confused or dependent on strangers. Have these conversations before something happens. Don't wait for someone like me to awkwardly step in after the fact. Takeaway. You are not too smart to be conned. No one is. Stay humble, stay cautious, and always, always ask, if this sounds too good to be true, what's the catch? Action step. Have a 15-minute talk with your spouse or loved one today about your money. Explain what you own, why you own it, and how to keep it simple. The more clarity you build now, the less vulnerable you'll be later. Stay safe, stay smart, and never forget, even the best of us can be fooled. Chapter 29, How Much Can I Spend in Retirement? The 4% Rule Explained. So you've done the hard part. You stayed out of debt, you spent less than you earned, and you invested the rest like a boss. Now you're sitting on your FU money, maybe even $1 million nest egg, and you're wondering, okay, how much can I actually spend each year without running out? Great question. And the answer is one of the most exciting parts of the simple path to wealth, because this is where your money starts working for you. This is where the freedom kicks in. Let's break it all down in simple terms. What's the 4% rule? If you've spent any time reading about retirement, you've probably heard of the 4% rule. But what does that actually mean? Here's the basic idea. If you've built a solid investment portfolio, say $1,000, you can safely withdraw 4% of that per year adjusted for inflation, and there's a very high chance your money will last for at least 30 years or even longer. That means $1,000 times 4% equals $40,000 a year, every year for life. Sound too good to be true? Let's dig into the history. The Trinity study, where the 4% rule comes from. Back in 1998, three professors from Trinity University ran a giant set of simulations known as the Trinity study. They tested all kinds of retirement scenarios using different mixes of stocks and bonds over 30-year periods. They looked at what happens when you withdraw different amounts each year, both with and without adjusting for inflation. Out of all the hundreds of scenarios, one stood out and caught the attention of the financial world. A portfolio with 50% stocks slash 50% bonds withdrawing 4% per year, adjusted for inflation, lasted at least 30 years in 96% of the cases. That's right, 96% success rate. Only 2 years out of 55 tested would have left you high and dry, 1965 and 1966. But even more impressive, in many of those 30-year periods, the portfolio didn't just survive, it grew. A lot. Most people leave money on the table. Here's the crazy part. Many retirees who used the 4% rule ended up underspending. They left huge piles of money untouched, even after 30 years. In fact, if you skipped those yearly inflation raises and just took out 5 or 6% or even 7%, you'd still have done just fine most of the time. But the financial media doesn't like uncertainty, so they zeroed in on 4% because it's safe, like seatbelt in an airbag car safe. If you're ultra cautious, 3% is practically bulletproof. If you're more flexible, you might get away with 5 to 6% as long as you adjust during down markets. Real life analogy, the golden goose. Imagine your portfolio is a golden goose. Pulling out 4% is like collecting the eggs gently, regularly, never harming the bird. Pull out too much, say 8%, and you risk hurting the goose. Do it too often, and you might kill it. But pull out too little, and, well, you're sitting on a pile of eggs you never eat. It's all about balance. What do the numbers say? Let's say you start with a $1,000 portfolio and follow the 4% rule. According to the Trinity study, if your portfolio is 100% stocks, you could end up with $15 million after 30 years. Even with a 50-50 stock bond mix, you might still have $7 million left after 30 years. And that's after pulling out money every year. Even adjusting for inflation, a 100% stock portfolio still leaves you with about $10 million. A 50-50 mix, about $3 million. So yeah, your money isn't just surviving, it's thriving. The hidden threat, fees. But here's the catch. Those beautiful numbers only work if you invest in low-cost index funds. Once you start paying 1 to 2% in advisor or fund fees, the picture changes dramatically. At 1% fees, your success rate drops to 84%. At 2% fees, only 65%. That's why the simple path to wealth keeps hammering home the power of low-cost index funds like VTSAX, because fees quietly eat away at your future year after year. So what does Jim, the author, do? Good question. Jim's personal withdrawal rate? A little over 5% in recent years. That might seem high, but here's why he's not too worried. 1, his daughter was in college, a temporary big expense. 2, he and his wife have been traveling a lot, another flexible cost. 3, Social Security income is coming soon. 4, he's still well below the danger zone of 6-7%. And most importantly, he's flexible. If the market drops, they can tighten the belt. That's the real superpower here. The real key, flexibility over perfection. Here's the truth. You don't have to be perfect. You don't need a magic withdrawal number. What matters most is your ability to adjust. If the market dips, can you cut back a bit? Could you pick up some part-time work if needed? Are you open to moving to a more affordable place if it came down to it? If you have flexibility, your retirement is going to be just fine. If you're rigid and locked into high expenses, you'll need to be more cautious with your withdrawal rate. But remember, the 4% rule is just a guide, not gospel. It's a smart starting point, not a cage. Takeaway action step. Here's your simple next step. Decide what withdrawal rate fits your comfort level and flexibility. If you want max safety and peace of mind, start with 3 to 4%. If you're comfortable adjusting along the way, you might be fine with 5 to 6%. Either way, stick with low-cost index funds, keep an eye on your spending, and stay flexible. Your money will do the rest. Retirement isn't about having a perfect plan. It's about building a strong foundation and having the courage to adapt. You've got this. Your golden goose is ready. Just don't forget to enjoy the eggs. Chapter 30, How to Pull Your 4% Without Losing Sleep. So, you've walked the path, you've saved, you've invested wisely, and now you're standing at the edge of a new chapter. A chapter where your money, not your labor, covers the bills. Sounds like freedom, right? That's what this chapter is all about. How to actually start living off your investments, how to pull that magical 4% without stressing about running out of money or making some huge financial mistake. Let's break this down together, simply, practically, and with real-life context, so you can step into this new phase with confidence. What does pulling 4% mean? If you followed the simple path to wealth, you now have a nest egg that's roughly 25 times your annual expenses. Why 25? Because 4% of 25 equals 1, meaning you can safely withdraw 4% of your total investment portfolio every year to cover your living expenses. So if you spend $40,000 per year, you need $1 million invested. That's it. That's the math behind the 4% rule. And now the question is, how do you actually take that 4% out in real life? Step 1, where your money lives. By now, you've likely rolled any old employer accounts, like 401ks, into a traditional IRA or Roth IRA, and your money is likely invested in two types of index funds. VTSAX, a broad stock market index fund, VBTLX, a bond market index fund. Here's a simple way to think about where to hold these. Bonds, VBTLX, go in your IRA because bonds generate interest, which is taxed every year unless it's in a tax-advantaged account. Stocks go in your Roth IRA and taxable account. They grow better over time and are more tax efficient. If you're married, you and your spouse might each have an IRA and a Roth. And together, you'll also likely have a taxable brokerage account, which is like your everyday investing account. Across these, you'll have just a few funds, but big flexibility. For step 2, the mechanics. Actually withdrawing your money. Pulling your 4% is surprisingly easy. With most firms like Vanguard, Fidelity, or Schwab, you can set up automatic transfers, monthly, quarterly, yearly, right into your checking account. Transfer interest and dividends as they're paid. Or just log in and manually move money whenever you need it. You can even call and get someone to walk you through it. The point, you're in control. The logistics are simple. No Wall Street wizardry required. Step 3, principles to keep you grounded. Now let's look at a few guiding principles. These are the habits and mindsets that help make your withdrawals smarter, safer, and more sustainable. 1. Think of your portfolio as one big pot. Whether your funds are in a Roth IRA, a traditional IRA, or a taxable account, treat them as one unified portfolio when calculating your asset allocation, like 75% stocks, 25% bonds. 2. Reinvest income in retirement accounts. In your tax-advantaged accounts, reinvest the dividends and capital gains. Let that money keep compounding. 3. Direct income from taxable accounts to checking. In taxable accounts, have dividends and capital gains sent directly to your checking account. You're paying tax on them anyway, so no need to reinvest and withdraw right after. Chapter 4. Let tax-advantaged accounts grow untouched. Delay dipping into IRAs and Roths as long as possible. They're protected from taxes, so let them do their thing. 5. Roth conversions before 70.5. Before required minimum distributions, RMDs kick in at age 70.5. Consider shifting money from your traditional IRA to your Roth IRA. Do this carefully, keeping it within your tax bracket to reduce future taxable withdrawals. 6. Replace withdrawals with RMDs. After 70.5. Once you hit that 70.5 mark, the government requires you to start withdrawing from your traditional IRAs. Use those RMDs to cover expenses and let your taxable account rest and grow again. Step 4. Pulling 4% in action. Let's see this play out in real life. First, we spend any income we still earn from part-time work, hobbies, or side gigs. It lets our investments stay untouched a little longer. Next, We tap into any leftover junk investments, those old individual stocks we held on to. Sell off the worst ones first, slowly, to avoid a big tax bill. Then we move on to our taxable VTSX account. That's where most of our day-to-day spending comes from. Here's the key. We're not rigid. Some months we pull more, some less. We don't stick to an exact number. Instead, we keep a simple spreadsheet and track what we're spending. If the market dips, we cut back a bit. If it's booming, we might splurge a little more. It's all about flexibility. A simple income example. Let's say you've got $1,000 invested, $750,000 in VTSX stocks, $250,000 in VBTLX bonds. At 4%, that's $40,000 a year. But what if you want to live just on the income? Well, VTSX might pay about 2% in dividends, equals $15,000, and VBTLX might pay 3% in interest, equals $7,500. That gives you $22,500 total income. If that's enough, great, you're done. If you need more, sell a few shares from your taxable account to cover the rest. Again, you have options. You don't need to make it complicated unless you want to. What not to do. Don't just blindly set a 4% withdrawal on autopilot and walk away. Why? Because life changes. Markets go up and down and your spending might change too. You wouldn't ignore a 50% pay cut at work, so don't ignore a 50% drop in the market either. Check in at least once a year. Look at your portfolio. Adjust as needed. Our rule? Reassess on my wife's birthday or anytime the market swings 20% or more. That's how you stay financially secure and enjoy the ride. Final takeaway. Pulling 4% isn't about perfectly sticking to a number. It's about giving yourself the freedom to live without fear while adjusting with the seasons of life. Here's your action step. Log into your investment account and get familiar with how to transfer funds. Practice moving a small amount. Just knowing you can access your money simply and easily is empowering. You've spent years building wealth. Now let it serve you. And remember, the goal was never to die with millions untouched. The goal was freedom. Let your money do the heavy lifting now. You've earned it. Chapter 31, Social Security. How secure is it and when should you take it? Let's rewind to the early 1980s for a moment. I remember having this intense conversation with my mom about Social Security. She was on it at the time, and I was passionately arguing against the system. I told her, if they let me and my sisters off the Social Security hook, we could give you more than you're getting now and still have extra left to build our own futures. She didn't buy it, and honestly, deep down, neither did I. For most of my adult life, I assumed Social Security wouldn't be there when I got older. So I planned accordingly, saving, investing, and building wealth as if it didn't exist. That way, if it disappeared, I'd be fine. And if it did show up, well, that'd be a nice surprise. Well, surprise! Now I'm just a few years away from collecting, and the payout is actually much more than I expected. Turns out it's not such a bad deal if you live long enough to collect it. The birth of Social Security and why it mattered. Let's talk about why Social Security was created in the first place. It started in 1935 during the heart of the Great Depression. Times were brutal, and the elderly, who could no longer work, were often the hardest hit. Many lived in true poverty. Yes, the cat food cliche was a real thing. That's how bad it was. Back then, life expectancy was pretty low. If you made it to age 20, you might expect to live to 65 if you were a man, or 68 if you were a woman. So setting the retirement age at 65, that was a clever move. Most people would pay into the system, but not all would live long enough to collect, and those who did wouldn't collect for long. This design made the system sustainable for decades. In fact, Social Security built up a huge surplus, about $2.7 trillion by 2011. The math behind the crisis. So what changed? One big thing, the baby boomers. That massive generation is now retiring and living much longer. So here's what the Social Security timeline looks like. 1935 to 2011, more money coming in than going out. The surplus grows to $2.7 trillion. 2012-2021, payroll taxes no longer cover payouts, but interest from that $2.7 trillion bridges the gap. 2021 to 2033, the interest isn't enough. We start dipping into the $2.7 trillion. 2033, the trust fund is empty. After 2033, payroll taxes will uncover about 75% of promised benefits. But Wait, where's that 2.7 trillion? Good question. A lot of people say it's gone, that the government already spent it, that it doesn't really exist. Here's the truth. Yes, the money was spent, just like banks lend out your deposits or companies use investments to grow. But in return, the government issued U.S. Treasury bonds, some of the safest and most reliable investments in the world. So while there's no giant vault filled with cash, there's a portfolio of treasury bonds by the full faith credit of the U.S. government, which, in a roundabout way, means us. That money is as real as the bonds in your 401k or the ones held by China or Japan. When should you take Social Security? You can start collecting Social Security as early as age 62. But the earlier you start, the smaller the checks. If you wait until full retirement age, usually 66 or 67, depending on when you were born, you get more. And if you wait until age 70, your checks will be even bigger. So when should you start? Here's how to think about it. 1, do you need the money now? If yes, then take it, period. Your well-being today matters more than what you might get later. 2, are you worried Social Security will collapse? Some people rush to claim early, thinking the system will run out of money. But here's the deal. If you're 55 or older, odds are high you'll get all your promised benefits. Why? Because seniors vote. Seniors are a big, powerful group, and politicians don't like upsetting powerful voting groups. 3, how long do you expect to live? There's a break-even point around age 84. If you live longer than that, you'll collect more by delaying. If you think you won't make it that far, taking it early might make sense. 4, are you married, and were you the higher earner? Your spouse can switch to your larger benefit after you pass. So if they're likely to outlive you, waiting until 70 could be a great gift to their future. In my case, I plan to wait until 70. I'm healthy, but I don't expect to live to 1 to 100. My wife? Very possibly. So I'll delay my benefits so she can get the bigger payout if she outlives me. Social Security and aging. There's another reason to consider delaying, even if it's not all about maximizing dollars. As we age, managing investments gets harder. Our minds slow down. We rely more on others. Having a guaranteed monthly check from the government becomes not just convenient, but comforting. That steady income can mean peace of mind when life feels less predictable. What if you're under 55? Here's the tough truth. If you're under 55, Social Security probably will still exist, but not in its current form. Expect these changes. Higher taxes. More of your income may be subject to the Social Security tax. Later retirement age, already creeping up from 65 to 67. It'll likely go higher. Smaller benefits. They might be means tested, meaning the more you've saved, the less you'll get. Bottom line, for younger folks, Social Security will be more like a safety net than a windfall. Is Social Security a good deal? For most people, yes. But for you, the financially savvy person reading this or listening on YouTube, probably not. If you took that 15.3%, your share and your employer's combined, and invested it wisely over a few decades, you'd almost certainly end up with far more money than Social Security will give you. But here's the catch. Most people don't save. Most people don't invest. Without Social Security, many would be broke in retirement. So even if it's not a great deal for you, it's still a necessary and powerful system for society. My advice to you, don't count on Social Security. Build your life as if it won't be there. Live below your means. Save aggressively. Invest consistently. Avoid debt. Grow your FU money, that financial cushion that gives you the freedom to say no to anything that doesn't align with your values. And then, when Social Security does come through, enjoy it as a nice bonus. Final takeaway. Plan for independence. Prepare for anything. And treat Social Security like gravy, not the main course. You've got the tools, you've got the path, keep walking it. Chapter 32, How to Give Like a Billionaire. Have you ever wondered what you might have in common with billionaires like Bill and Melinda Gates? Well, here's a surprising one. Charitable foundations. Yep, my wife and I have one too. Ours just happens to be a little simpler. No sleek glass buildings, no fancy nameplates, just a heartfelt mission to give in a way that feels right to us. Now, don't get me wrong, this isn't because we're billionaires. Not even close. In fact, if you ask me, we're more like minimalist monks than moneyed moguls. We don't buy a lot of stuff. Travel? Yes. Education for our daughter? Absolutely. But beyond that, we've found the greatest joy not in what we've bought, but in what we've given. Let me tell you a story. The $1,200 that gave us the greatest return. Years ago, our daughter was attending a Catholic grammar school. The teachers were incredible. The Mother Superior running the place? Absolute class. At a charity auction for the school, one local restaurant, Parker's, donated a dinner for 10. On a whim, my wife and I bid on it. We won for $1,200. But instead of taking the dinner for ourselves, we gifted it to teachers. Here's the twist. We gave the Mother Superior 2 conditions. 1, she had to choose which 10 teachers went. 2, she had to go, 2. We knew she'd try to bow out otherwise. When word got around, a few beautiful things happened. The chef, Parker himself, expanded the dinner to 15, so every teacher could go. Another person offered to cover the wine. And let's just say, when you mix great food, wine, and Catholic school teachers, they had a blast. Now here's the point. That $1,200 gave us more joy, satisfaction, and lasting memory than anything we could have spent it on ourselves. Giving feels good, and it's smart too. There's another benefit to giving that most people forget: tax deductions. If you itemize your deductions on your tax return, charitable giving can lower your taxable income. That's a win-win. You help others and reduce your tax bill. But here's something most people don't think about: timing your giving for maximum impact. When I was planning to retire and sell our house, I realized 2 things. 1, without the mortgage, I wouldn't have as many deductions. 2, retirement would put me in a lower tax bracket. That meant future charitable donations would give me less of a tax benefit. So I got strategic. I created a charitable fund, the J.J. Collins Charitable Fund, while I still had high income and big deductions. I used the Vanguard Charitable Endowment Program as one of the smartest money moves I've ever made. Here's why: how you can give like a billionaire even if you're not one. You don't need to be rich to start your own charitable fund. Vanguard lets you start with as little as $25,000. Here's what you get. Immediate tax deduction in the year you fund it. No capital gains taxes if you donate appreciated stocks or assets. Invest your fund so it grows tax-free until you're ready to donate. Control. You choose when, how much, and to which charities the money goes. Low fees because, well, it's Vanguard. Privacy. No more constant solicitations. Just tell people you give through your foundation. It's simple, it's powerful, and it puts you in the driver's seat of your giving. A few lessons from the road. Over the years, here's what I've learned about giving. Focus your giving. We support just 2 charities. That way, our impact is deeper. Avoid giving to phone solicitors. Most are aggressive and sometimes even sketchy. Be cautious of charities that advertise too much. The more they spend on ads, the less may go to actual help. Do your homework. Some charities do amazing work. Others, not so much. Giving outside the system counts too. Helping a friend, neighbor, or stranger directly may not be tax deductible, but it can change someone's life instantly. And here's something important to remember: you don't have to give. It's easy to feel pressured by society, by causes, by clever campaigns. But let's be clear, you don't owe your money to anyone. You don't have to donate a single dollar to be a good person. Our only obligation as individuals? To take care of ourselves and our families, so we're not a burden to others. What you give beyond that is your choice. That choice? That's what makes giving meaningful. Takeaway: you don't have to be a billionaire to give like one. All it takes is a little intention, a plan, and a heart that wants to help. Whether it's setting up a fund, writing a check, or simply helping a neighbor, giving feels good. And when done wisely, it can be one of the most rewarding uses of your FU money. Action step: start small. Pick one cause or one person you care about and give thoughtfully. Whether it's $2,200 or $2,000, it's not the amount that counts, it's the intention behind it. Make your giving matter. Make it yours. And that is the simple path to wealth. Chapter 33, the 10-year wealth plan. What I told my daughter. Let me tell you about the advice I gave my daughter when she graduated from college. She was stepping out into the real world, bright-eyed, hopeful, and ready to build her life. And I wanted to give her a plan. Not just any plan, a simple, powerful powerful, life-changing plan, one that would put her on the path to financial freedom within a decade. But here's the thing, this plan isn't just for 22-year-olds fresh out of college. Whether you're 25, 35, or 55, it's never too late to get started. If you're ready to build real wealth and open up your future, this is your roadmap, 10 years. That's it. Step 1, avoid debt like it's poison. The first rule is simple. Don't go into debt. If you're borrowing money to buy something you can't afford, you're setting yourself back. Think of debt as a hole you dig before you even begin building. Nothing, and I mean nothing, is worth paying interest just to own it sooner. Cars, gadgets, even homes. If you can't afford it outright or within reason, skip it. Credit card debt? Avoid it like a bad habit. It's financial quicksand. Step 2. Surround yourself with financially smart people. If you hang out with people who blow their paycheck the second it hits their bank account, it'll rub off on you. Worse, marrying someone who's financially reckless can undo years of progress. Choose your inner circle and your partner wisely. Money stress ruins relationships faster than anything else. Step 3. Build your career like your life depends on it. Work your tail off in your 20s and early 30s. This is your prime time. Not just to earn money, but to build your reputation, grow your skills, and gain independence. This doesn't mean you have to chain yourself to a cubicle. Whether you're a freelancer, artist, coder, teacher, or entrepreneur, treat your work like a craft. Take it seriously. Be known for your integrity, work ethic, and results. It pays off. Big time. Step 4. Don't inflate your lifestyle. You know how most people mess this up? They go from living on ramen and roommates in college to upgrading every part of their life the moment they land a job. Fancy apartment, new car, $5 lattes every morning. Don't do it. Lifestyle creep is the silent killer of wealth. If you keep your expenses low, just like you did in college, you'll be able to invest more, save faster, and reach freedom sooner. And when you do upgrade your life, you'll be doing it from a place of strength. Step 5. Save and invest at least 50% of your income. Yes, 50%. Sound crazy? It's not. If you're living simply and earning decently, it's more doable than you think. Here's the simple version. Put your money in low-cost index funds like VTSAX, Vanguard Total Stock Market Index Fund. Max out your 401k or employer-sponsored retirement plan if it has one, especially if they match. Fund a Roth IRA while your income is still low and taxes are minimal. Later, when your income grows, consider adding a traditional IRA. Keep doing this consistently for 10 years. Save more, you'll reach freedom faster. Save less, it'll take longer, but you'll still be heading in the right direction. Step 6, celebrate market drops. Don't fear them. When the market drops, most people panic. But if you're still in the accumulation phase, meaning you're buying, not withdrawing, that's actually good news. Why? Because every dollar you invest now buys more shares when prices are down. Just don't try to time the market. No one can do it reliably. Not me. Not you. Not even the pros. Step 7. In 10 to 15 years, you'll be close to financial freedom. Here's what happens when you stay the course. You keep investing, your income grows, your expenses stay reasonable. Eventually, something magical happens. You hit financial independence, meaning you have enough money to live off your investments. The rule of thumb, you're financially independent when your investments equals 25x your annual expenses. If you spend $20,000 a year, you need $500,000. Spend $40,000, you need $1 million. Simple math. Real freedom. That means you can live off 4% of your portfolio annually without running out of money. Step 8. Once you're financially independent, the game changes. When you hit this milestone, everything shifts. Now you can keep working and invest 100% of your income, supercharge your growth. Cut back or quit and live off your investments. Explore new careers, start a business, travel the world, or just chill. You've got FU money now. You work because you want to, not because you have to. And that's real power. Step 9, make smart choices after financial independence. With financial freedom, you've got options. Here's how to approach them. Want to upgrade your lifestyle? Go for it. Just keep it under that 4% withdrawal rule. Thinking of giving back? This is the time to start giving like a billionaire, just like we talked about in the last chapter. Want a house? Buy one only if you can pay for it comfortably. It's a lifestyle choice, not an investment. Don't rush it. Thinking of having kids? You're financially secure and still young. It's a great time to grow your family and be present for them. A word to the older crowd. Now, if you're thinking, well, shoot, I'm not 22 anymore, relax. I didn't figure this stuff out until later in life either. I made mistakes, hit financial potholes, and took the long road. But here's the truth. Those bumps are behind you. Your future, that starts now. Start today, and 10 years from now, you'll wish you'd started even sooner. The sooner you get serious about building wealth, the sooner you'll have the freedom to live life on your terms. Final takeaway. Action step. No matter your age, start your 10-year path now. Keep your expenses low, invest at least 50% of your income, avoid debt, and stay consistent. Use VTSX or a total market index fund. Don't try to time the market. And remember, freedom comes faster when you own less and invest more. Your future is wide open, and it's brighter than you think. Chapter 34, Tales from the South Pacific. Have you ever had one of those days at work where you just want to walk out and never look back? I had one of those days years ago. Late afternoon, stuck in frustration, I called my then girlfriend, now my wife, and said, I'm done. Let's quit our jobs and run away to Tahiti. I wasn't even sure where Tahiti was on the map. To my surprise, she said, sounds great. I can even get a deal on the airfare. 2 weeks later, there we were, me with a flower lei around my neck, and the two of us soaking in the sun, surrounded by turquoise waters, coconut palms, and the soft rhythms of island life. I was also learning a very important lesson about being careful what you suggest around a woman who actually follows through. Meet Muck. While staying on one of the islands, we had a little hut built right over the water. Every morning, we'd sip coffee in the outdoor cafe and just breathe. One morning, a lean, tan, shirtless guy walked over and introduced himself. Hey, I'm Muck, he said. One of the owners here. He was clearly American, barefoot and relaxed, like he had cracked some secret code to life. Naturally, we invited him to join us. Muck was a great storyteller. He told us he had noticed my wife the day before and almost scolded her for slacking off, thinking she was a local employee. She looked that at home in paradise. But what I really wanted to know was, how does a guy from the US end up owning a hotel in Tahiti? The leap of faith. Muck's story goes back to the early 1960s. He and two college buddies from Michigan moved to California trying to figure out life. One day they saw a tiny classified ad, pineapple plantation for sale in Tahiti, dirt cheap. They had zero experience in farming. They'd never even visited a farm, but they bought the plantation anyway. Sight unseen, and off they went. Turns out there was a reason the land was so cheap. You can't actually make money growing pineapples in Tahiti. Within months, they were broke and stuck on a tropical island. But life has a funny way of opening new doors. The local bank in Papeete invited them to a meeting. Down the hill from their plantation was a half-built hotel. The original developer had gone bust. The bank was desperate. Would you guys be willing to finish and run this hotel? We'll give you generous terms. Now pause here. These guys had no experience in construction, none in hospitality. They'd barely stayed in hotels, let alone run one. So I asked Muck, why would a bank trust a bunch of broke, inexperienced kids with a hotel project? He grinned. Because we were Americans. And at the time, Americans had a reputation for figuring things out and getting things done. And get it done they did. They completed the hotel, made it profitable, and eventually built and ran others. Muck ended up rich, barefoot, shirtless, and most importantly, free. He didn't just vacation in paradise, he lived there, and he created a life entirely on his own terms. Out of curiosity, I Googled him while writing this chapter. He's still going strong in his 80s. Clearly, we weren't the only ones inspired by his story. Another taste of freedom. Later that week, my wife and I went for a walk along the beach and stopped at a little restaurant right on the sand. Out in the bay, we noticed a few beautiful sailboats bobbing on the water. As we sipped our drinks, a dinghy came ashore. A couple around our age climbed out and took the table next to us. Naturally, we got to chatting and eventually shared a meal. They had sailed all the way from Los Angeles and were spending 4 months exploring the South Pacific. I asked them how they pulled it off. Simple answer, partnership. The guy explained that he and two other friends co owned both a business in LA and the boat. At any given time, two of them would stay back home running the business, while the third took the boat and wandered the world. Then they'd rotate. Of course, this only works if your partners are rock solid, but think about it. How many people have a setup like that? That's freedom. That's living smart. That's playing the game differently. What it all means. What do Muck and the sailor friends have in common? They didn't settle. They didn't wait for someone to give them permission. They didn't follow the standard path of grinding for 40 years in hopes of retiring at 65. They chased freedom, not just money. And yes, money helped. But not just for the sake of being rich. Money was the tool. It bought them choices. It bought them time. It bought them a life where they could do exactly what they wanted, where they wanted, when they wanted. And that's what this entire book has been about. You don't have to become a barefoot hotel owner in Tahiti or sail the South Pacific, but you can build your own version of freedom. You can get out from under debt. You can stop living paycheck to paycheck. You can invest simply and steadily in low-cost index funds. You can build FU money, that cushion of financial independence that allows you to walk away from anything that doesn't serve you. You can live life on your terms. Takeaway. Let Muck and those sailors be your reminder. You don't need to have all the answers. You just need the courage to take that first step. Start small. Start smart. But start, because freedom isn't a fantasy, it's a decision. And with the right mindset and a little financial planning, it's yours to claim. Action step. Ask yourself, what does freedom look like to me? Then take one small step today to move in that direction, whether that's saving $10, paying off a little debt, or opening your first index fund. Every bold adventure begins with a single choice. Make yours today. Chapter 35. Some final thoughts on risk. If you've made it this far, then you've likely caught the vision. The freedom that comes from building wealth on your own terms. And now you're standing at the edge of something powerful. But before you take that first real step, there's one more thing we need to talk about. Risk. Now, let me ask you something. When you think about investing, when you think about putting your hard-earned money into something like index funds, do you feel a little nervous? Do you think of it as giving something up, like it's some form of sacrifice or deprivation? If so, you're not alone. A lot of people feel that way. But here's a different way to look at it. You're not giving something up. You're buying freedom. And not just any freedom. I'm talking about FU money. That's the kind of money that lets you walk away from a toxic job, take a sabbatical, start your own thing, or simply live life on your terms. It's the kind of money that says, I'm in control now. And trust me, that's the best thing you can ever own. But what about the risk? Let's be real. Investing does come with risk. There's no way around it. The strategy in this book, the one built around low-cost index funds and long-term investing, assumes something very basic. The market goes up over time, and history backs that up. The Dow Jones Industrial Average started the 1900s at just 68. It ended that century at nearly 11,500, and that's after surviving world wars, recessions, inflation spikes, tech bubbles, and more. If you zoom out and look at the big picture, the market is like a climbing mountain range, jagged ups and downs, but always rising over the long haul. Still, people crave certainty. They want a guarantee. But here's the truth. Can I promise the US economy won't hit a rough patch for 25 years like Japan did? No. Can I guarantee a 4% withdrawal rate in retirement will always be safe? No. There's a small chance, about 4%, that you'll need to adjust. Can I tell you we won't get hit by an asteroid, a supervolcano, AI overlords, or zombies? Well, look, probably not. But if we do, your portfolio won't matter anyway. We live on a planet that's been spinning for 4.5 billion years. Catastrophic events? Sure, they happen once every 100 million years or so. So the odds of it happening during your investing lifetime, very, very slim. So what kind of risk are we really talking about? Here's the key idea I want you to take away. You don't get to choose whether or not to have risk. You only get to choose what kind of risk you're willing to take. Let me break it down with a simple comparison. Stocks feel risky, and in the short term, they are. They're bumpy, One day your account is up, the next it's down. But stretch that out over 10 or 20 years. Historically, stocks have been one of the most reliable ways to grow your wealth. Cash, on the other hand, feels safe. It doesn't bounce around. But slowly, quietly, inflation eats away at its value. Over 10 or 20 years, holding too much cash is like trying to store ice in the sun. It melts, just very slowly. So what looks safe today might actually be the bigger long-term risk. Volatility versus risk. Maybe we need to flip the script. Instead of thinking about risk, think about volatility. Volatility is just short-term movement. And the truth is, volatility isn't danger, it's just noise. It's like turbulence on a flight. You don't jump out of the plane just because the ride gets a little shaky. So, how do you decide what's right for you? Ask yourself, what are my financial goals? What's my timeline? What's my emotional tolerance for the ups and downs? The answers will help you shape your investment approach. But don't let fear run the show, because here's the twist: fear has its own risks. If you let fear drive your decisions, you might pull out of the market when things get rough, locking in losses instead of riding out the storm. You might hoard cash and miss out on decades of compounding growth. That's how fear costs you more than risk ever will. And freedom. I've been through some pretty scary markets. The crash of 2008, that one rattled people to the core. But I stayed the course because I had a plan. I trusted the long game. And because of that, I've built my own version of FU money. That's what gave me the confidence to chase passions that once felt risky, including writing this book. And now I've passed the map to you. Here's what you've learned. You've learned how investing really works. You've seen why index funds are powerful, how compound interest grows your wealth over time, and why market drops, while scary, are part of the process. More importantly, you've seen that wealth isn't just about money. It's about freedom. It's about having options. It's about waking up and deciding how to spend your time without fear holding you back. Final takeaway: you're standing at the beginning of your own simple path to wealth. You have the knowledge, the tools, and the mindset. You don't have to know every detail, you just have to start. So here's your next step: start investing consistently. Automate it, stay the course. Ignore the noise. Let your money work for you, because every dollar you invest is buying back your freedom one step at a time. Enjoy the journey. Your future self will thank you. Thanks for watching. Please like, comment, and subscribe.